Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. How's everybody today? I have a special guest with me. His name is Uncivil Law.
Woo!
Welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
I'm good. It's always nice to be here. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to have you here. We've got various things that have happened in the world, and it's a Friday.
My video looks squished.
Yeah, I don't know why it's squished.
Did you boomer Did you boomer the video?
I have done nothing to it at all.
Okay.
For some reason, it's coming through squished.
Okay.
I can check my settings. Let's see, video. There's nothing I can do. It says that I receive you at 720p.
See what I can do on my side. As we boomer it together, one step at a time.
Yes. Man, I am worn out today. I am worn out. And I think it's Congress's fault, honestly. Because I haven't been the same. Now you're wider.
Okay, great. Let's just change the resolution, so that worked.
Okay. It is, I think it's Congress's fault because ever since their stupid Robinhood hearing,
Yes.
I have been just
Did we
dying.
learn anything of value? But I know the answer to this question. It was no, because there's never been a hearing of value in memory. They're all stupid.
They were insightful and wonderful.
Mhm.
Why are you like this? Why do you have to hate on Congress?
Because I can pretty much predict what everyone's going to say before the entire thing happens. You can just write everyone's talking points before you even start, and just like, why waste time? When it's very predictable what everyone's going to say, it's just boring.
My favorite was, of course, AOC.
Yes.
Who asks if they could have prevented what happened with GameStop by taxing individual trades. What do you think about this solution?
I'm not sure how that really solves a problem, and also it would discriminate against the little guy, one would imagine.
You'd think that maybe taxing trades would be a problematic way to approach this from the perspective of like a communist. Because yeah, if you have less money, then any sort of tax, even 0.1% or whatever on the transaction is too much. Any tax is too much that's a regressive taxation system. A flat tax? Oh my God. What do we do? Seems unfair.
Just knows the super chat. I love these people so much.
Yes, I do. I guess I can start. So I don't know if you've noticed this, but YouTube is now the YouTube studio. At least for me, when I start up the stream, if there was a super chat before the stream, it always takes it away now.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why I should have to go find it somewhere else to get to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, YouTube's always changing something, and not usually for the better. They're always messing with things, and usually not very in a way that tells people what they're doing. And then when they decide to take down entire people's channels or demonetize them, they're super helpful about being really clear about exactly why, so you know how to fix it. So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I do. I think it'd be good to talk to you about that. For some reason, someone was racist and didn't invite you on today to talk about it.
I noticed. Eric Hunley over here had had you, Nate Brody, and Emily D. Baker, and I didn't get any love as part of this trifecta. And I had a conversation with Nate, and he didn't bother telling me about it either. So maybe I was being purposefully excluded.
The temerity.
Feel unloved. Temerity is definitely, yeah.
These people for doing that. I can't. See, no one ever asks me. They're just like, can you make it? And I wait until the very last second to respond yes. That's how I do business. As you are well aware, right? Like, I'm terrible about that. So
you gave me like 3 hours notice tonight. That was good.
Yeah. I was like, you know what? I wonder what Kurt's doing. I would like to talk to Kurt if he's available. It might be fun.
Yeah.
And you were, which is great. If you weren't, I don't know what I would have done. I might have just put my mouth on my car's exhaust pipe and called it a day.
Probably do what you normally do, stare listlessly into the camera and hope that somehow the people watching you will somehow give your life meaning as you search endlessly for it.
It's not even meaning that I'm looking for. It's usually just a topic. Like, oh God, what am I going to talk about?
Maybe if enough people watch me, I'll be real. It's like the Tinkerbell effect. If enough people clapping for me, I continue to exist.
Right.
Maybe that's what it is. Yeah.
I think there's something to that. Badvibes said this is before the show, and YouTube was going to get rid of this. It was going to hide it from me forever. It says a certain Stanford professor should be careful about throwing around the big R on RPG/D&D. We know colleges don't play by the rules in real life. So this is in reference to a video I did on my other channel today. A Stanford professor has determined that D&D is racist. And
yeah, because it has orcs, which are standing for black people. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Well, he's now we've all seen this, but now a professor has done a study. And so therefore this is more correct than other times. So now it's racist. And the study is actually a longitudinal study on D&D players. So I'm going to bet, if I had to guess, that he has now also concluded that players of D&D are racist.
So D&D is not only a ticket into the occult and Satanism, it is also a ticket into systemic racism. How neat. Is there anything D&D can't do?
It's how you get into the clan nowadays. They've had to up their game, and what they need is that sweet, sweet high D20 roll. Like that's how you get your sheet to wear is to go. You got to roll a D20 and you got to beat a DC of 15.
Yes,
that's how. But
and you're rolling with disadvantage. But you know you gotta make it work.
But yeah, that it's never going to stop. I know it's never going to stop, but I want it to.
The one I liked in particular of similar ilk was the recent one where somehow the girl who put Gorilla Glue into her hair, that was also because of racism. I'm not sure how, but somehow the fact that she put Gorilla Glue in her hair is sign of systemic racism. I heard that. So that's interesting.
Is it? Wouldn't now? Maybe I'm being crude.
Yeah,
but I
had the exact same thought, and I had the same idea. Are you sure you want to go there?
Is it internalized racism? Like, is that what caused it?
I don't know.
Like, you get where I'm going with that, right?
Yes,
you're tracking.
I was well aware of what you said. Basically the first syllable of my mouth. Are you sure you want to do that?
The answer to that question is literally always no. I'm not sure I want to say the next word coming out of my mouth ever, because it's almost always a disaster. And if Eric Hunley's channel was completely nuked from orbit, I'm pretty sure mine's not ever far off.
What was also interesting is that she was familiar with the product. She had been using that product around her house for the purposes the product was designed for, but somehow also concluded it would be good to use in their hair, which I'm not quite sure what the path of thinking is on that was exactly, but okay.
She was 100% right. I mean, it worked really well.
It did work exceptionally well, as a matter of fact, yes.
Like, think of that. You never have to wash your hair again.
Extra hold.
Really, you never have to. Permanent.
Very
permanent
extra.
hold. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Why would you ever need to get more than one perm? in your life.
Exactly.
So hey, there you go.
You just it's an infinity. It's an infinity hold. I watched her try and apply the shampoo directly to the head and lather it up and then just sit there. And then she just wiped it off and it was just a shine. I was like, you could probably take a hammer to this chick's skull and she would be fine. She has a World War I helmet covering her head right now.
Yeah.
It'll deflect bullets. I mean, that was I can't believe
I almost want her to sue Gorilla Glue just for the lulz, because I will cover it for sure.
When I was talking with someone the other day. Oh, I was talking with Joe, GoodLawgic, about that, and someone in the chat said that she's already accepted a $50K settlement from Gorilla Glue.
Why are they settle, man? For the PR?
I think it's $50K is pretty cheap to get out of that, I think.
Yeah, well, 0 is a better number, but you know.
But they wouldn't have gotten out for 0. They would have spent more than 50 grand on their legal team.
My entire defense would be like, really? Really?
Yeah, the entire defense is.
How did you come to the conclusion that this would be a good idea? That's what I want to know.
I want to know. Okay, where did the consumer confusion about your usage of Gorilla Glue on your hair occur? Did it occur at the store when you bought it for a non-hair purpose? Or did it occur after you had already used it for other non-hair purposes? Like, at what point did this suddenly become so confusing that you had to stop using it for its intended use?
No, I'll just wait till she gets on the stand, and I'll just be like, "Let's go through this one step at a time, just really painfully, because it's like, make sure the jury is getting all this. So this is what happened, right? Okay.
Would you ask her about her nails?
Sure. Yeah.
I would. Like, if I were the the opposing counsel, I would ask her to explain her general self-care. Because I'd want the jury to understand how ridiculous this person is.
Yeah.
Because she has nails all done up. She had lots of makeup on all the time. And it seems like a person who really puts themselves together and puts a lot of care into what they do. And then it'd be like, were you using Sherwin-Williams exterior paint on your nails? Is that what you use a matte, a semi-gloss, or a satin finish?
These are the critical questions. Can I get some sort of enamel on that thing so it'll just stay that way forever, you know?
Right. Yeah. Do you lacquer your eyelashes?
Maybe Gorilla Glue should sponsor her now. That'd be good. Put her in a commercial.
Honestly, that's what I would do. I think that'd be a way better settlement. If they just took it in stride, laughed with it, and said, "Look, we'll give you an advertising deal worth $50,000 to $100,000 or whatever. You run some ads, everybody will know you. We'll laugh about it, and we'll say and you just make very clear in the commercial, Gorilla Glue is not for hair, right?
Yes. As I learned the hard way, is not for hair. Definitely not. Here are some hair products Gorilla Glue recommends.
Yeah. Oh my God.
First of all, go to your local CVS and go to the hair section.
Yeah.
Good place to start.
You know where you won't find Gorilla Glue? In the hair section at any store. Yes, guys, the YouTube is buffering like crazy. I see that YouTube is buffering. No, it's not on my end. It's not on my end at all. It's on YouTube's end. Telling me that I'm buffering doesn't help. I can't undo the buffering. I will tell the hamsters to run harder, but it won't work. But no, I think it's great. Jesus, hold on. I have no way to change the buffering. It's on YouTube's end. Okay. But Yeah, I think I want to go back to more creative ways to resolve lawsuits. I think
Yeah.
I think that's a much better sort of approach. Yeah, like, do you really want to just give her money? And do you really want to just take money without, without making it funny? Get out there and do a commercial. You've got all the screen presence in the world from all your Instagram videos that you've been
There you
doing.
go.
You're now super famous. Just milk it. Just milk it. Maybe it'll turn into something great.
Let me show you some better uses for Gorilla Glue. You could use it on wood. You can
Right.
use it on porcelain. You can use it on cardboard.
Are you tired of combing your child's doll hairs? Don't use this on real people's hair, but doll hair works great.
Yeah.
Slather it down. Oh my goodness. What a disaster life is. And the fact that someone is, ultimately it's better for Gorilla Glue to just pay her to go away is infuriating.
It is a little infuriating, yes.
Is there a solution to this?
I don't know, really, because it's probably worth the nuisance cost and the PR just to do it. So I don't know if there's a solution. I mean, I don't think Gorilla Glue would lose in the end, because how could they possibly lose? The product wasn't defective. It was extremely effective. The product did exactly what it said on the label and more. So you can't really sue us for product defect.
And the label did clearly say don't use on skin, eyes.
I guess we have to amend the label now to include hair. That's what I was told one time. Is like every warning in a manual came because someone somewhere sometime did that. When you see something in a manual like don't use your lawnmower as a hedge clipper, and you wonder why it's there, the only reason it's there is because there was a time when someone tried that. That's the only reason it's there, because no one would think of it otherwise.
Yeah, and it makes me sad when I've heard the same thing. And it makes me very sad because I can think of more creative uses for all of these things. Like it's like don't use your lawnmower as a hedge clipper. It's like, okay, but what about using it for the hammer throw?
Right?
What about using it to thresh
What about using
wheat?
it as for a haircut?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I saw that on there's a great movie. It was Sleepaway Camp 3, I think. It was either 2 or 3. But oh my god. The buffering issue is actually starting to get on my nerves now. Anyway, Bad Vibe says, what happens when a group on the internet stop talking about boobs and vagine and start complaining about Dodd-Frank? You get GameStop chaos. Let's do it again. Okay. I need overall impressions. How much of the House hearing did you watch? Because I know you were watching along with us for a little bit.
Yeah, I probably watched maybe an hour total in different parts.
What do you think about this situation in general? And do you think that there is congressional action needed?
I think there probably is congressional action needed on some level to deal with the issues, whether that's because of the amount of financing that they need and the regulations relating to that. Because when all these consumers are trying to go and buy the stock and there's a short flow, something went wrong somewhere. So it's hurting the little person. So yeah, I think that there should be some sort of change to the regulation. I don't know what it is because I'm not sophisticated enough in security law to know how to fix it. So, but I do think that there was a problem and some kind of fix now. Of course, when Congress goes to fix something, they usually wind up breaking it, but we can hope for the best.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out if the stream is even working at this moment.
I'm watching the stream and it seems to be working as far as I can tell.
Okay, because my little preview window died completely. Okay, but it's back now. God, what a disaster. Is YouTube in Texas now? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I'm watching it in real time, and it looks like it's working to me. So
Okay. God, what a mess. Um, yeah. So here's my problem with the whole scenario. My problem is that Congress is so incompetent that they don't ask the questions that I need them to ask. And one of the questions, they have Melvin Capital there. They have the guy. And that guy looked like he has had better times in his life, which was great. His face was an absolute disaster. Oh my gosh. Refresh, guys. Seriously, YouTube just killed the stream and then it came back. Like it just chopped the views down to a third of what they were. So that was
nice. That's nice. Well, we didn't need more people watching this anyway.
No.
I feel real special here with the 375 of you currently watching. So
this is wild. YouTube is killing it. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe they're getting ready to cut your entire channel off. Maybe that's what's happening now.
It could be because we're talking about Congress and making fun of them. So they've got Melvin Capital there. He's looking depressed. They ignore him for almost the entire hearing. All they really wanted to do was talk to Robinhood because Robinhood has game changed the trading thing. And by and large, whatever you think of Robinhood, they have accomplished their mission statement, right? Like, and that was pretty interesting to see. That Tenev guy was a complete tool, but at the same time, like they gave him all of this opportunity to sit there and talk about all the good things that Robinhood has done for the world of trading and democratizing the investment thing and removing commissions on trades and all of this stuff. We found a way to have the platforms pay for the trades rather than the people, and it works out better for the people 99.9% of the time. And he gets to go ahead and say that and look like a good guy because Congress is incompetent in their questioning. But they have Melvin Capital, the CEO of that, there in an office that looks like he had to auction off all of his background stuff just to make it through the week. And they didn't just ask him the one question. He said, we have software that identifies actual shares before we take a short position on them. We have to go find the shares to borrow. And no one said, how did you borrow some shares more than once then? Like,
yeah, because they were at what, 140% or something like that.
Yeah, 140%.
Yeah,
and so there's a couple options here. Either they literally borrowed all of the available shares and then borrowed, half of those almost again, which I don't think is actually plausible. I think what they must have done is borrowed some shares 3 to 4 times. Because not everybody who owned GameStop lended their shares to Melvin. I don't think. I mean, maybe. So I think they're leveraging some of these shares 3 and 4 times. And not a single congressman said, how did you do this? Like, how you said you testified under oath that your software automatically finds real shares before it borrows. So how did you end up borrowing this many times? Please explain that.
Well, the problem is they don't know they don't know the right questions because they don't have the specialized knowledge base.
Right.
And they need people who are professionals in the field to be able to know how to ask the right questions. The right people ask questions would presumably be other people who are in the hedge funds or former people in hedge funds who would know the right questions to ask in these scenarios. And the Congress people are just grandstanding and doesn't give you a lot of hope. Now, I suppose those people will be involved in the drafting of whatever legislation comes through, which again makes you think that their interests will be protected. So it doesn't really give you a huge amount of hope, but it's like something needs to change. And unfortunately, Congress is the only one who can change it. So what else can you do? I don't know.
How does Maxine Waters
Oh, well,
chair
that's
the House
that's
Financial
a typical
Services Committee?
seniority is the answer to the question, but yeah.
that was when I sat down and I'm like, okay, oh, Maxine Waters. Okay.
Yeah.
Why? Why is this? What did we do as a society, as a civilization to deserve this punishment of Maxine Waters running this damn thing? God,
Yeah.
she's awful.
She is. Yeah, she's awful.
But
she's very sort of preachy and demeaning, and um she has a superiority thing going on it's not very, there's something not good there.
and she wouldn't mute her microphone.
Yeah.
Someone was like washing forks during this thing. It was driving me crazy. Everybody was a mess.
Yeah. So I don't know what, if anything, we'll gain from it, and I wouldn't expect any immediate action. There'll probably be something being kicked around for a couple of years as part of a reform package or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah,
So I don't know what good it did. I don't know that you couldn't have guessed the answers to the questions before you, because it's like the answers are very predictable.
Right.
And so you could probably have guessed the answers to the questions. So what's the point of the hearing other than grandstanding? I don't know.
I think Tenev answered the questions really well. And by really well, I mean he entirely frustrated their purpose and wasted their time with every answer. And that's what, if he were my client, that's what I would tell him to do. I love that. Thank you for the question, Congressman, Congresswoman. It's a really interesting and important question. And then proceed to say anything but the answer to what was asked. Like, just do that every time. Just start talking about something Robinhood has done. We take this question very seriously. Now, what Robinhood has done is we tried to democratize the trading game. And how we've done this is by allowing blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, I want you to answer the question. Thank you. I really appreciate that you would like me to answer the question. Now, what Robinhood has done is we've attempted to... It starts it over. It was great. That I actually liked him for that purpose. I was like, okay, this guy's winning, because your goal in a congressional hearing is not to perjure yourself. I think that's the trick.
Yeah, that's always a helpful thing.
But okay, so next we've got Fighting Slug says CNN posted an article about the dangers of the word simp. Yes. In it, they advised parents whose son was being called simp, have him say, "It's tough being the lone soldier simp nice guy who wants to join me."
Is that really what they said?
Yeah, there was.
It's tough being a lone soldier simp tough guy?
Nice guy.
Nice guy?
Here, let's see. I'll see if that was the actual quote. I was reading this article. The headline of this article is "The New Slang Teens Use to Insult Boys Who Are Too Nice to Girls."
Yeah.
And they have a section, "What is a simp?" Oh my God. This is so good. Simp is slang for a person, typically a man, who is desperate for the attention and affection of someone else, typically a woman, said Connor Howlett, 23, a digital strategist for Turner PR in New York City. They went to a PR firm. They're like, "Can you explain to us at CNN what a simp is, please?" And then we've got more quotes. "Think the energy of puppy dog eyes, but manifested in a romantic human form," Howlett said. "It's used in an insulting manner, though typically playful." No, never playful, damn simps. "There are definitely undertones of toxic masculinity since it's related to showing too much emotion."
It's related to not having enough balls.
Exactly. Wait a minute. Did they? Oh no, shit. Okay, I thought they broke their own thing. So Florida mother Karen McClung first encountered the word in group chat. Okay. She closely monitors.
Florida Karen. Okay, tell me more about Florida Karen.
She first encountered the word in group chat she closely monitors with her 11-year-old daughter and 12-year-old son. Quote, I saw the word and quickly looked it up, said McClung, who lives in Tampa. I asked my kids what they thought it meant, and my son said, it's basically if you had $1,000 and you could do anything with it, you'd use it to get the attention of a girl. Then everyone would make fun of you, as they should.
That's a pretty decent definition. 10-year-old's got it basically right.
The kid nails it way better than the digital strategist Connor. That guy's a piece of shit. What a simp. This kid nails it. I blocked the thread, McClung said. While she said her son wasn't being called a simp in the thread, that kid ain't no simp. He knows not to give $1,000 to the chick.
Yeah.
The mom should be proud. Like, son, if I gave you $1,000, would it go to an e-thought? Nah, mom, I'm going to buy these Yu-Gi-Oh cards or whatever.
Yeah, pretty much anything would be a better bet than that because, you might actually get something out of it.
Right. McClung said she's curious to see how it impacts my son because he's very chivalrous by nature. Well, that's not simping. Chivalry isn't simping. Okay, tactics for diffusing a tense situation.
I hate this person, whoever it is now.
One way to think of a simp, said Sean Davis, a marriage and family therapist in Sacramento, California, is someone who is ahead of their time. What? Though it hurts in the moment, in the big picture, a boy who is called a simp can wear it as a badge of honor, Davis said.
A badge of honor to who? Not even the people they're simping to look at it as a badge of honor. They look down on it too.
I know. Today's boys are being raised in the middle of the biggest redefinition of male gender roles in recent history, Davis said. Should I be kind and sensitive or distant and aloof when trying to win a partner over? As with all bullying, they're not. As
you shouldn't subjugate yourself. That's basically don't.
Right.
You should be who you are and not subjugate yourself.
As with all bullying, teens and tweens should first tell their parents or a trusted adult who may be able to intervene on their behalf, he said. Otherwise, simply owning it and refusing to be ashamed can help. Yes! Run out and be like, I am a simp. I am the proudest of simps.
I think we just outlawed shame. That's nice.
If we can't shame children, how will we fix them?
I don't know.
It's important for parents to remember.
Everyone in the chat should pay attention. You're not allowed to shame Nick anymore.
Yeah, that's right. No more shaming me.
Yeah.
Whatever you shame me with, I will just own it and become stronger. It's important for parents to remember there have always been new slang terms to navigate for kids and parents alike, Capina said. And the goal is to make sure it's being received in a playful manner and used playfully. I think we are always looking to stop our kids from being hurt, she said. We don't like language that's slang and has potential for negative connotation. One tactic she teaches kids in her therapy sessions, she said, is the humor tool. It's comic relief. You practice not putting down the other person, you put down the situation. If someone is being called out for always simping the girls, Capina says, hello, kids. He could turn it around and say, it's tough being the lone soldier simp nice guy. Who wants to join me? Look, guys, it's really lame being the only simp here. Who wants to join up?
I don't understand the humor in this. This is supposed to be a humorous response?
I find it funny.
Yeah, but not in the way that they were hoping for.
Oh, come on. No, this is exactly what you want to do. You want to
Okie doke.
You want to own this situation exactly in this way.
Where can I sign up to be a simp?
Here, guys, let me teach you how. Get out all your lunch money, and we'll all give it to Tina because she's a queen. Let's see. You can turn it and make it into comedy, she said. Davis pointed to a similar approach. Telling the bully, that's right, while holding your head up high and walking away can help, as bullies usually give up if they don't succeed in tearing the other person down. Wait a minute. Do we have bullies that are this lazy now? Have bullies given up this hard?
Probably. Yeah.
Are bullies like scam artists?
Well, I mean, everyone is becoming a soy boy. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but there's been articles written about how testosterone is dropping in men, like all across the board. So that's a thing. So men are literally becoming less manly.
Yeah. Which means the bullies are becoming weaker too.
Yes.
Yeah, cuz bullying is all about comparative power. It's relative. Like if everybody is just a soy-laced pile of wuss, the strongest one of those is the bully. You don't have to, it's not like an objective level where someone comes in and is suddenly an alpha because they are, they reached a certain level of toxic masculinity. It's just relative to everybody else. Any masculinity becomes enough, I guess.
Yeah, really. I mean,
I
don't know why it's so hard to just say to boys, just, be yourself. Don't put yourself beneath anyone. Be the person you're meant to be. And if someone's exploiting you, don't let them exploit you. But we should be. But it's good that I'm being exploited, and you should join me in being exploited. Yeah, no.
I would scream in my child's face while crying, "I didn't raise no simp." That's what I would do. That would be better. And then I'd take away his toys. I think that like honestly, my first question would be, Dad, people are calling me a simp. It'd be, are you? Are you why are people calling you a simp? We have to nail this. We have to root out this problem immediately. If you are simping, I have to understand, one, where you're getting money or whatever you're giving to this girl, and two, why, and three, are you married to her yet? Like that's it. Oh God. Yeah, Shannon said her son's therapist advised similar tactics, but the boy said he only comes up with the perfect retort 3 hours later. Yeah,
staircase wit.
Yeah,
I forget the German for it, but there's a term for that. It's staircase wit.
You can't teach someone who isn't funny to be funny in the moment. Like that's like therapists aren't real people, because if they're telling this kid, look, I mean, if you're getting mocked and made fun of at school, what you got to do is have a witty retort. I mean, that's what you got to do. Plan one out. No, never plan out a witty retort, because then it's not a witty retort. That's a line, and it's not going to work. It's just been really heartbreaking, especially because I know a lot of these boys bullying him. He's been at the school since 2nd grade, Shannon said. If their moms knew, they'd be horrified. But my son doesn't want me to tell them because it will just get worse. It sure will. Got bad news. Just tell your kid to stop simping. Like that's
maybe the current. There's a new generation being born right now. I was thinking about this like literally, because you usually use 20-year increments. So 2021 will be the start of a new generation. So maybe the generation that's being born right now will escape all this and bring back masculinity and end all this nightmare.
God, I hope so. I honestly, like, I want to grab this mom by the shoulders and say, listen, the reason they're shaming your son for simping is because it's embarrassing to him. It's not being nice. It's being unduly nice to people who don't look at you as an equal. These girls aren't looking at him as a friend when he's being quote unquote friendly. That's why they're calling him a simp. Oh God. I hate everything about it. Thank you, Fighting Slug, for reminding me that I was reading that earlier. It made me really happy. Lost Bullet says, tell Uncivil Law he was wrong when he said the police officer was killed by a fire extinguisher. Also, shout out to the crater in his wall. Did you go hammer a crater into the wall?
No, but if I beat my head against the wall enough times, you know what I'm saying? It'll happen eventually.
Are you prepared? Lost spoiled the surprise. I actually invited you on to make a public apology about the fire extinguisher. And I'm wondering if you're willing to man up and publicly apologize for your false news story.
No. No.
I just wanted on the record that I believe 4 police were killed by fire extinguishers that fateful day. Wait, no, not police. There were no fire extinguishers. There weren't actually. Sorry, I need to retract my statement. I made an error. That there were no fire extinguishers at the Capitol building. None existed at all.
Yeah. It was a wonderful low IQ thing, and then someone from your channel presumably came on my channel, left a comment. It's like, "Are you ready to apologize because you believe all the lies?" I'm like, "Here is the video of it happening." And then they said, "Well, I really object to your tone." I'm like, "Are you sure you're not objecting to the wrongness? Anytime you want to apologize for the wrongness, let me know." I literally have video of police officers being hit with fire extinguishers. So, no, I'm not going to apologize for saying they're police officers hit by fire extinguishers.
I can't believe the hatred that you're bringing and the refusal to accept facts. No. Oh God. This is what I love about the internet. It's automatic entrenching in a position, and I'm describing what you're doing, of course. And it's an unjust entrenchment. And we need a tort for that. Unjust entrenchment sounds like a tort.
I like it. Yeah. Tort of you being a stubborn ass, maybe that'd be good.
Yeah. Exactly. Nardo Polo says hit yes, killed no. Yes, that's what Kurt was saying the other day, is that it was a different cop. It was a different cop who got hit. It's not the one who died.
At no point did I say the officer who has died was hit with a fire extinguisher. Go watch the tapes.
They're
available.
I'm going to say he was.
Okay.
Look, I'm here to take the controversial position.
Sure.
He was hit with 2 fire extinguishers.
Sure. Yeah. I would like to base it on evidence that I don't currently have, so I didn't make that claim. And it's become a meme now for your merch store. Will you apologize for the fire extinguisher?
Yeah. I actually have new merch. I have.
You gonna send me something?
I can. Would you wear it?
My address? Sure. My address is in the description of every video I have now.
All right. I have law-splaining leggings. And you've already promised to wear them.
Sure.
We need pictures.
I didn't promise that part.
But that's actually a joke. I do have law-splaining leggings. I made them specifically for my wife. And if anybody else wants to buy some, they can. I think they're terrific, but that's not what I was talking about. We have, I have a no step on sneck gator, one of the neck gators. So
that's cool.
So I should probably find that and put it on screen, but I'm really lazy. But yeah, go buy them. The no step on sneck leg gators. Yeah, Stacy Dealman, go buy the law-splaining leggings. You can get them in all different colors. They're great. And she says they're comfortable. So, I don't know.
I'm sure they're the most comfortable leggings I would ever wear. They'd have to be.
Ever wear.
Yeah. They're yeah. I could honestly say if I got them, these are the most comfortable leggings I've ever worn. So, hey, there's an endorsement for you.
You know they're coming. Now I'm going to send you some. Bad Vibe says, badge of honor, more like scarlet letter. Oh, I guess the simp thing. Yeah, simp cannot, it's not a badge of honor. I mean, like some guy who gives Pokimane $3,000 or whatever and she ignores him, that's not a badge of honor. That's not good. Master Blaster says, unfortunately, I can't call anyone stupid. I once got lost going to a Home Depot in my hometown. I ended up 120 miles away in a different state. I was 22. My only defense in this was before GPS. How do you drive 120 miles?
That's a pretty notable error.
That's 2.5 hours of driving. Or, well, 2 hours, depending on if you're in the city.
Yeah.
How did this happen? Mithrin Emrys says, sorry to burst your bubble, Uncivil, but if they keep the current naming convention, the generation born in 2021 will be known as Generation Beta, since the current one is Generation Alpha. Just ponder that for a second. Is there no God and no justice in the universe?
Probably not, no.
Why would the current generation be Generation Alpha?
I don't know.
There's nothing alpha about the current generation.
That's very true. They're not very alpha, no. So the one after that will be Gamma?
Is it Alpha, Beta, Gamma?
Delta, Gamma.
Delta, Gamma. Yeah, so that it'd be Beta, then Delta, then Gamma. I wouldn't want to be Generation Lambda. I think that's... No.
That does cool.
Which Greek letter would you want to be for your generation, if you could pick one?
Ooh, I'm going to go with Phi.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
I was torn between Phi and Mu.
Mu's pretty good. I'm going to still stick with Phi.
Okay. Why? Any particular reason?
Because I think it's badass.
Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Simpkma. No, Angry Vainling. I'm protesting against your tyranny. That's what I want. I missed a chat. I missed a couple chats here. Wait, when did Kyle Gass from Tenacious D become a lawyer?
This is not the greatest lawyer in the world. This is just a tribute.
Did you happen to watch the show, the Eric Hunley show this morning?
I watched about half of it, yeah.
Which half?
The first half.
Okay.
When you're mostly dicking around.
Yeah, well, that was the whole time.
Yeah.
So, were we talking at that point about the value of like legal commentary channels? Had we gotten to that? Did you?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Okay. I want to go back to that in a little bit because I'm curious of your perspective and opinions on legal commentary channels, and the idea of litigating in the public space, because that's kind of what litigation can be at any time now. It's not necessarily is, but there's certainly a propensity that one of us dumbasses will pick up the case and start reading it, and suddenly it's very public, right?
Yeah.
So I want to circle back to that. Clement Poe says, may have been asked before, balls or no balls?
Yeah, I'm not taking a position on that.
Okay. That's fine. Liberty or Death says, how do you use Streamlabs? Can't get it to work right. Trying to do a perspective from conservative law students' point of view. Oh. Streamlabs, you got to click on the Streamlabs link. And then I don't know. That's literally, I'm the worst person. I don't understand how it works. I think you just click on the Streamlabs link, and if it's linked up to your PayPal or whatever, or a credit card, it sends it to my PayPal, and then I get the notification over here on this window that you can't see, but I'm pointing at. Ace of Spades. Oh, God. So I'm going to get in trouble for this one day, but I've adopted a black preacher voice.
This should be good.
Yeah.
I haven't heard this one. Entertain me.
I apologize in advance. Brothers and sisters, the one thing the Lord hates more than anything are the simps. Not the murderers, not the thieves, but the simps. For the Lord says, if your right hand causes you to simp, then cut off that hand. Yes. Do you hear it? Do you feel it? And do you love him? Do you love Jesus? So there.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Stegus says, meant to send this earlier, but our good friend Phoenix Orem is recovering from surgery this morning to clear an artery blockage. Please, everyone, keep him in your prayers. And Nick, please take a shot for him. Okay. Are you drinking tonight?
No, actually, no.
Okay.
I'm a little bit off tonight, so I'm just gonna stay with the water.
Word. I'm drinking 2 Gingers whiskey, which is
Okay.
local whiskey.
And now you have a third ginger with you. Yay.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's the only thing better than 2 Gingers is 3. I'm not anti-ginger. I'm pro-ginger.
We're the greatest.
You're feeling off tonight? Like sick?
Oh yeah, oh no, not feeling sick. It's just I woke up really tired and just just not having a good day. So I don't want to tax my body too much with a hangover.
Yeah, that's a good choice. I woke up last night. I was so exhausted, and it was I think after that congressional hearing, I went to sleep at like 10 o'clock at night, and my wife was watching TV, and I laid down and I was like, I'd already decided not to do a show because of I did the 6-hour stream of congressional nonsense, and I was like, I'm gonna lay here. I'm gonna go to sleep probably, and I'm probably gonna wake up at 4 a.m. And then I immediately passed out. And then at 4 a.m. my eyes opened wide, and I've been awake ever since. But I've been dead tired the whole day because of that. And I think it was because Rashida Tlaib sucked my soul out through the camera while I was watching her inanity about her. She's like,
Maxine Waters still worse.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Maxine Waters was the ultimate worst part of that hearing because she kept coming back, right? She kept,
yeah.
Oh, damn it, I didn't drink this for Phoenix. She kept coming back, but Rashida Tlaib comes on and she's like, makes it about income inequality. She's like, my constituents are melting snow water so they can flush their toilets. And so they're not really worried about stocks. And all I can think of is, then why are you here? Like, why are you on this committee? Shouldn't you be on the water committee or something else? Like, there is a water committee that handles this sort of thing, or an agriculture committee. Be on something. But can her constituents can't afford the water bill is like the cheap bill.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go, that's the cheapest bill.
Yeah, unless you're in the desert maybe somewhere, but yeah.
I'm guessing that her constituents aren't Blizzard fans, and I mean Blizzard Entertainment, because they must not have phones. If they're relying on snowmelt, they must not have phones, I think.
Yeah.
Are you a Diablo fan?
I played a lot. I played some Diablo 1.
Just 1? Did you ever play 2?
No.
Because they announced, I think today, that they're doing the Diablo 2 remaster, and it's coming out.
If they come out with a remaster, I might play that. I might play that.
I might, even though I haven't been excited for any Diablo or any Blizzard product since they went after the guy who said free Hong Kong and they took away his tournament winnings.
Sure.
That really soured Blizzard from me entirely. But a Diablo 2 remaster, I might play. It's not a remake. They're not changing it. It's a literal graphic upgrade of the.
You know what I want them to remake is Warcraft 2.
Yeah?
Yeah, I really liked Warcraft 2.
Was that the one where you kept clicking on the 2-headed giants and they would say more ridiculous stuff?
Yeah. And they had the dragons and stuff. It was top down with the building the base and stuff. Yeah. I liked Warcraft 2. I played a lot of that in the day.
I never played it. I'm not a good real-time strategy player at all. And because I don't sit and I think my problem is I don't sit and like find out what units are good against other units or anything like that. And so I end up being bad at those games. So I never really got into them. There's one thing I know for certain, and that is that StarCraft 2 is shit.
Yeah.
The worst game. But other than that, that's about it. Okay, Music and Fiction says Nick is a Mew, meaning he's a cow. By the way, it's Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta. Oh, Gamma is before Delta. Gamma is
I was
C.
right. I was right the first time. Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta. And then you corrected me. I went with that. So
I wasn't trying to correct you. I was kind of asking because I don't know. Like, I don't know the Greek alphabet. I took physics, and I didn't want to learn the Greek alphabet.
Yeah.
But that was the only reason I had to learn any of the Greek alphabet was physics.
And math. I mean, phi is the golden ratio, which, you know, is pretty badass.
You probably went farther in math than I did.
Yeah. I was thinking about going into cryptography for a while, and then I decided I didn't want to go that direction.
How many maths did you do?
I took some serious maths.
Like, did you get past like Calc 3 or whatever?
Yeah, and differential equations and all that shit. Yeah.
Ugh.
Matrix algebra, matrix logic. Yeah, yeah. And then I took cryptography courses and stuff like that. But I decided not to go that direction. I decided to go into law instead, which I'm much happier about.
Yeah, you're probably the only lawyer who can do math. I get basic addition wrong all the time.
Yeah.
Man, that must be cool. Music eviction. He continues, I know it's all Greek to you, but at least work on that part if you can. Nah. Also, too many therapists in America. Can we Minecraft them? I don't think so. I don't think we can Minecraft them. We should be able to. We'll start with Ken Jennings. Bad Vibe says, if a ginger drinks ginger ale, is that considered cannibalism?
I do like ginger ale. I think it refreshes my essence.
I could see that. It doesn't refresh mine, but that's because I'm not a ginger, right? Like, that's how that works?
Yeah. It's part of my humors that I have to keep, you know.
Yes, you must keep your humors.
Yes.
Let's see. A doctor, I promise, says don't put Gorilla Glue on your hair. Use concrete instead for the ultimate hold. Only needs one application. Felipe Mouve says, Nikki, I used to simp for an e-thought on YouTube and Twitch. The e-thought took my money and ran away. I even sent whiskey. His name was Racada Law. Aw. I didn't run away. I'm still here. I like the whiskey that you sent. Cause he sent me Amroot, I believe.
Yeah, I asked you this question once before, and I need to ask it again. How exactly do I send you whiskey? Because there's some stuff I want to send you that I have to send from Texas. So do I send it to your PO box, or how's that work? Do I just do you give me your secret? Do you give me your actual address offline? How's that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's you. Most people send it to my PO box. I don't think it's entirely legal, but if I think you know, the post office has a don't ask, don't tell policy. Where
yeah, it is technically illegal to mail liquor, but you know, we can look past that.
Yeah, but I can give you my actual address offline.
Okay, there you
go. And I'll ask you a legal question so that you can't share it with anyone, because then you'll be bound by your ethical obligation.
Okay.
But yeah, what something from Texas?
I want to send you this Texas pecan brown sugar bourbon I really like.
Oh yeah, you were having that the other day.
Yeah, I want to send you a bottle of that.
I'll try it.
I'll
try it for sure. I'd send you Minnesota whiskey, but the only one that I found around here is an unaged rye. No, it's aged for 1 minute. It's a rye whiskey that is aged for 1 minute.
That's bullshit.
It is like,
so it's White Dog.
It's like drinking acid.
So it's White Dog. Yeah, it's White Dog.
Yeah,
it's bullshit.
I've never heard of White Dog, but I believe
no. That's just basically completely from the tap when it went before they age it at all. That's just called White Dog.
Yeah, it's just grain alcohol.
It's just grain alcohol. Yeah. So in what sense is it rye? I mean, at that point, because I guess it's the grain.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is some bullshit.
And you can smell the rye. It's I describe it as dipping rye bread in acetone and eating it. Like that's what it's like. You know what's really sad about it though? The second glass is actually good. Something about it. Like the first couple
I mean, it's basically moonshine. Why not just drink moonshine and save yourself the time?
Don't. I would. I drink moonshine. I'm game.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll send you some. Would you drink it?
No.
You wouldn't drink the unaged rye?
No, not really. I'll take a pass.
I drank a whole bottle of it.
Okay.
Not at once, of course. That's
No,
ridiculous.
that would be an interesting one. No.
Hold on. Let's see.
Maybe you could send me something that's more in the brown color scheme.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay.
We'll exchange addresses. Then we have mutually assured destruction.
There you go.
That's right. You dox me and I'll dox you twice as hard. Joseph Kerwin says, there has been a lot of controversy over this. Uncivil law, are you ready to disavow all fire suppressant-based violence?
Yes. I'll disavow fire suppressant-based violence. That sounds fair.
Really? You're going to take that? You're going to take the easy road? Shouldn't we be avowing it specifically? Like, we want only fire suppressant-based violence?
Maybe. I don't know. I just take it. Yeah, I'm going to take the safer path on this one.
What do you think about mutual combat laws? Or the concept? I know I'm bouncing topics here. I apologize, but...
Well, I have some mixed thoughts about it because street fights can be really dangerous. And people who don't know how to fight, which is like everyone, don't necessarily appreciate how dangerous street fights can be. If you fall in the street and you fall on your head, you're done.
Yeah.
If you get punched out cold and you fall in the street, you're done. So, I mean, you're talking about really realistic possibilities of someone dying, especially if you're fighting outside, like on concrete, as you do. Someone takes a wrong punch and falls down, man. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, if it were in a quasi safer environment, I wouldn't feel so sketched out. But people don't realize how dangerous it is because they don't see that on TV, and you can get really, really hurt. You can get jacked. I'm a little bit sensitive to it as well. Although one of my uncles died by slipping and falling on his own sidewalk and fell on his head, and he was gone.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit sensitive to that because of that personal factor.
What about like formalizing it in some way? Like it could be as extreme as dueling, right? So so you say, okay, we're going to duel, and there's a real possibility of death. You're entering with the informed idea that someone might die.
Yeah.
Or doing something to having a formalized nature, which would mitigate the risk of so I agree. A street fight is bad. First of all, those seem like those would disturb the peace, and that would be a problem. So I don't mean like two guys get into a shouting match and they start brawling and they're like, well, we agreed to fight. So that I don't think that's good. That's uncivilized violence. I'm talking about civilized violence. So
the classic problem with duels was that everyone felt honor bound to do them, and no one was willing to back down. So that was the problem with duels. I mean, if you really had a free choice, then I wouldn't be bothered as much by it, because I think you should be allowed to, if you have some sort of reflection, consent to kind of anything. But yeah, I do have some issues with that, because if you want to get into a boxing ring and beat each other up, then meet your local boxing gym and beat each other up, then that'd be fine.
But then the gym has like liability insurance issues, right? They have to insure against two complete randos coming in and throwing windmill punches at each other, and one of them has a heart attack and dies from it. I want like a public square for boxing, like a big square of soft grass or whatever. And so you go, okay, we're gonna go fight this out, and you go to the public boxing square. Anybody who's by the public boxing square is going to be fully aware that there could be, there will be violence going on. So there's no like disturbing of peace or anything. But you can go and just sort out a difference. You don't have a referee or anything. You still have your mutual combat. But but you just get to slug it out.
Maybe there might be a way to do it. So I'm not totally opposed to the idea.
Okay.
I did take fencing a little bit in college, so we could do some fencing. That'd be fun.
Okay, hypothetical. You're in a mutual combat zone, like I'm talking about, right?
I'll beat the crap out of you.
Okay. That wasn't what I was gonna ask.
Okay, what was the question?
Seems a little hostile. You're in a mutual combat zone with your opponent. You're having a duel over whatever. It doesn't matter. And you're given the option of a sword or a crowbar. What do you pick? They're assuming they're the same length, so it's presumably a short sword. To be about the same length as a crowbar.
I'll take the sword.
Take the sword?
Yeah.
I think I'd pick the crowbar.
Yeah. I guess it depends on the sword. Like if I could get like a foil that's really thin and fast, then that'd be better.
I feel like if you tried to stab me with a foil while I was swinging a crowbar, I would still finish the swing.
Maybe.
And then I would swing again because I'd be mad that I got stabbed.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always been a proponent of blunt weapons in general.
Oh yeah, no. My all-time favorite weapon is just the classic mace.
Yeah.
The solid mace. I don't like the one with the ball in it. I just like the one with the flailed head, and you hold that and you have the little spikes on it and you beat that. I always, that's my favorite weapon is the mace.
Yeah, it seems like it would just be absolutely devastating.
Yeah. Yeah,
Did you
so
like...
make it so they make it those little points of contact so you're bringing all that weight down on a very small point. It's pretty badass.
I liked in Braveheart when he walks into that guy's bedroom or rides his horse into that guy's bedroom and drops the Morning Star down and then crushes his skull with it. That was awesome too. That scene doesn't get enough praise for, in my opinion.
I always liked the mace as a symbol of power too. Like both the sword and the mace are classic symbols of power. In South Carolina where I grew up, they still have the original mace from when they were a colony. They still have, I think they might be the only state that still has theirs, and they still use it to like represent that the Senate's in session. They put it in a holder that actually that completes the circuit for the lights, which is pretty cool.
That's cool. I think it'd be better though if they censured senators with the mace.
Well, they do in the United States House where they have the ceremonial mace, and they tell, it hasn't happened I think since the 90s, where the chair says, you present the mace and you start parading up and down the aisle with the mace to command attention.
Mm-hmm.
I know, I always the mace, and it's a symbol of academic power. Most colleges, when they're doing their formal processionals for graduation, lead it with the mace.
They call it a caduceus, though, don't they?
Whatever. Yeah, I think mine called it a mace.
We're from the streets. Frederick Little says, "Hey guys, what's up? Wanted to ask, what did you guys think of the new Mortal Kombat trailer?" Oh, this is right on point.
It looks good.
Yeah, I think so. I liked the original Mortal Kombat movie. I thought that was actually pretty well done.
It wasn't too bad. The original Mortal Kombat was a pretty decent movie. And now I'm having flashbacks to Mario Brother movie for some reason. I don't know why.
It's great.
No.
Oh, that movie's so much better than you think it is.
Is that on Amazon Prime? So you get really drunk and wasted and watch that one?
God, I wish. No, but Top Secret is.
Ooh.
We watched Top Secret the other day. Oh my God, I love that movie. But yeah, wait, you don't like the Super Mario Brothers?
My name's Mario. He's Luigi Mario.
John Leguizamo as Luigi.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that movie. I know it gets panned as being bad. You got Dennis Hopper in it. Like, what a cast.
Yeah, with the trash script and really bad special effects.
We're gonna get those plumbers.
Something like that.
It says, also, Nick, please tell a joke to Uncivil Law in Patrick Leahy's voice. I don't know any jokes. Someone has to tell me. Like,
here's a joke. My name is Nick Rekieta.
Rude.
I'm Nick Rekieta, and I'm a good lawyer.
There you go. That's
See,
that.
you got the spirit.
Austin Hartless says, buy that 1 minute aged whiskey and artificially age it with lightly charred oak wood chips in a mason jar and an ultrasonic cleaning device. I can send a video on how to do it. No, I've heard of that. I've heard of that. I don't know if it would be good or not, but that'd be interesting. You just basically make a bourbon in something like 30 seconds.
And that would be an interesting idea, and I think those kinds of ideas are interesting. Or you could use like some sort of pressure to force the liquor into the wood. That might be interesting. So, because you can't really compress the liquid, but it would force it into the wood, and maybe you could really fast age it that way, or maybe you could make like small wood pellets. There's some ideas on the ultrasonic that sounds interesting.
Like vacuum seal it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so people are they're like, oh, now you don't remember jokes. Like, I don't know. I'm bad at telling jokes. Like, I joke around and I say things that come to mind, but I don't have like a repertoire of jokes. I've never been good at remembering and telling jokes. That's why I'd be a bad comedian. Is I don't work that way.
What's the difference between ignorance and apathy?
I have no idea.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Oh, come on. That's like a dad joke. You can't. Dad jokes don't count. Actually, that was something we came to the conclusion of while watching Top Secret. Was this is like Dad Joke the movie? Is because everything was just a dad joke over and over and over again. That's what made it great.
2 peanuts walked in a subway. One was assaulted.
I'm gonna kick you off the show. I do want to. Okay, I want to circle back to the topic from Eric's show earlier, because I think it might be an interesting point of discussion to get your perspective on it. And I think it's really a shame that Eric didn't invite you on that show. And I'm going to be calling his manager about it, frankly. Okay. No, actually, I'm gonna brigade YouTube, and I'm gonna have him cancel him again.
All right, that sounds good.
That's justice, right?
Sure.
By the way, congrats on 25,000 subscribers.
Thank you. That's very kind. The subscriptions have been coming in very nicely, and I've been very pleased with the growth, and maybe this can become a full-time gig, so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're 25.1 thousand subscribers, actually.
Yes.
Last I saw, anyway. Maybe it's 0.2 now.
We've picked up 6,000 since the end of the year.
That's awesome.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
It's very good. Say, did I probably didn't tell you this. I think I figured out what happened in December and early January with videos.
Yeah.
Where I was able to manipulate the system and get like hundreds of thousands of views on every video.
Yeah.
It was because we talked about this on the phone. That is all. Everything I said is true, I believe. However, there was something else going on, and I couldn't have known this at the time because things hadn't slowed down. But now things have slowed down quite a bit, and I think I figured out why. There were certain actors involved, Trump being one of them, who did massive ad buys in this time. And the way YouTube, I think, delivers ads is they literally, you buy like, I want 6 million clicks on this ad. And I think what happened is they had to find channels that had certain demographics and had certain, so they had certain demos, and then they had certain topics and tags that were going into these videos. And they had to actually artificially deliver enough exposure to videos to get the ad clicks that were prepaid by these big or fast turnaround ad buys for the political season.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Because there was seriously a day in January where they cut down to like a third. And then it
But
was
at
like,
least you've kept all those subscribers now, so you might have slowed down again. But I mean, you picked up what, 70,000 subscribers?
I don't know if it was something like that, somewhere close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that, I mean, that's a huge chunk of change.
No, it's great. But I just found it interesting because there's so much that goes into how content gets delivered, and we have no control over any of it. And it's
Yeah.
like trying to figure that out. So I mostly talking out loud and letting people know that there's this is my hypothesis, is that there were large ad buys in a specific place that had to be delivered by a specific time. These all had to be done really before the 6th of January. And a lot of them before the 4th, because they were going up to the Georgia elections as well. And YouTube had to deliver those clicks. They had a contractual obligation.
Yeah.
And if there wasn't, they're not going to put it on like Ryan's toy channel. That's not going to be the target demo. So they had to go after specific people and specific concepts. And
this is a diversion, but someone in the chat just reminded me. I wanted to say congrats on the Jeremy with the quartering. That was really cool too.
Oh yeah, yeah. Jeremy and I have talked like a million times.
Yeah,
we're like basically best friend. No, we've talked behind the scenes a lot. And he's always been very, very kind to me, and we've always had good discussions. We've never really gotten together to do a stream, so it was awesome to get onto his show. That was a lot of fun.
So between that and Sargon, those were two really big ones that I would love to get to. So that was really, really cool to see. So congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, I need to talk to Sargon again sometime, and. Yeah, you should talk to him. What would you talk to Sargon about?
I would probably, I'm not sure. I'd probably either talk to him about some law stuff dealing with censorship and the jokes and how the UK is responding to that with the new stuff, and dealing with also the transgender children and their policies relaying around that. Versus the United States. And also we could talk about France's new policy of trying to go after the wokeism. That would be an interesting topic.
I'm writing all these down so that the next time I do a show with
my ideas. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
These are things I'll ask Sargon. No, I'm kidding. Okay. So now that we've been derailed and sidetracked several times, I want to go back to this idea of what we do, right? You, me, Emily, Nate, we all find lawsuits for our longer form content. Like obviously I do short content that has nothing to do with this, but we find lawsuits and we do really deep dives into the individual filings.
Yeah.
And we go through and explain this stuff and look at it, but we get to offer a lot of criticism, and we get to Monday morning quarterback it. And we get to bring an aspect of law that was previously, for the most part, inaccessible to normal people, because Emily brought this up. She said, you used to watch a trial, but by the time the trial's happening, like you don't want to be observing a criticism of your trial strategy and then try and shift strategy mid-trial. That doesn't really work. But we're talking about things at the really early phases of a lawsuit in motion practice, and there actually is an opportunity to maybe make adjustments and stuff. But on one hand, that's true. But on the other hand, it seems like people aren't doing that necessarily. They may be taking some notes here and there, but the idea is that your work is exposed and to the world. And with that comes a lot of different things. So I was kind of curious, do you think like what we do has the potential to change the practice of law, like the practical practice of law in any way?
Well, that's a good question. I think it will definitely change the education around law and makes it more accessible. And I think that's a really good thing. Because teaching people about law as has been confined to law schools, well, that's true for many disciplines. So the entire environment provides an opportunity to expose teaching outside of formal settings, and now law is being part of that. So I think it's good to educate people. Will it change the practice of law? I don't I don't know. Maybe it grows bigger and bigger, and there's more commentary around it. If I were actually involved in a case, I don't know that I'd be watching anything about it because I don't want that many voices in my head, second guessing myself. So I don't know that I'd be reviewing it just because, I'm in it and I don't need, too many critics. I'm already a critic of my own work. But yeah, I think. But it's interesting how different all of our styles are and how the different, and Emily was commenting on this too, how she liked your community for what it is and how she likes her own community for what it is. I like my own community for what it is. We do different kinds of styles. We report on things different ways. We have different perspectives, different personalities.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's really good and also a bit of a community because we talk to each other and fairly frequently, and we keep each other in check too. Nate the lawyer comes on my channel quite frequently. Is checking me to make sure that I'm saying things properly. Sometimes he's busting my butt a little bit, but that's okay. I love him all the same. But yeah, I think we're doing some good for the world. I think we're doing some good for me in so much as I like talking about it. And this has been very therapeutic for me because I get to talk about something I like all the time. And I think, and it's really interesting that people want to hear this to 25,000 people. I mean, that's a small sports stadium. So, hey,
now
that's nice.
I want to offer mild pushback on your dodging.
You want to take did I dodge your question? That wasn't my intent.
I know it wasn't your intent. That's why it was a very mild dodge, but I don't think it was an intentional dodge. So you said that you wouldn't be watching these suits, right? If you're in a suit,
yeah,
and someone picks it up, you're not going to watch it, and that's fine. But we know that a lot of these people do.
Sure.
Like I know from my coverage of the Vic case specifically that the other side was very closely monitoring what I was saying. In fact, it made them very angry at points, and they attempted to serve documents to me to compel some testimony and stuff like that, which was, that was fine. And in Emily's case with the Toddy Westbrook thing, we know at least Katie Joy is definitely watching her stuff because she's been very, very angry about some of the stuff that Emily has said. And I would imagine, and I think some of Toddy's lawyers are as well, because I think they know Emily or something like that. And she was talking about how it kind of seems like they're putting some things into their filings that are for public
I felt
consumption.
like that too. I felt that some of the things from Brown too, when he adopted one of my strategies dealing with the fact that the number of subscribers in Washington wasn't really the big deal, and he kind of changed his motion to dismiss around one of my major theories. So he seemed to be, I don't know if he was cribbing my notes or not, but I was like, well, this is the right direction to go because this is exactly what I thought. So I felt that was really positive. But to the question of whether it will change the practice of law, I think it will in the long term. I think everyone's kind of getting used to this new aspect, and the fact that you have, the fact you basically have court TV essentially now commenting on these cases court TV would never comment on, and there's so many of us commenting on different stuff. And more exposure along those lines and sort of challenging at every step of the way. It's got to change something.
Yeah, I think that despite someone asked would I Wolvenar, he's like, would you check this out? I don't know. I
don't think I should. Whether or not I actually would, I probably would, but it's probably best not to because you can't have that many people in your head.
Yeah,
when you're in the thick of it.
It really depends. It depends on the client and the situation, I think. Because there's a lot of cases and stuff that we might dig up and cover where there would be no benefit in this because the case isn't really like a public case. But if you've got a case where you've got a public person, so if I'm hypothetically representing a YouTuber and part of the case strategy is the public aspect of the case, well, then you probably do want to monitor it and see at least how it's being received, because that's going to be part of your intention. But it's a tough question. But I don't think whether or not I would or that Kurt would are I don't think that's the right question, because I know that people are monitoring it and they are at least conscious of it. I think there's an opportunity. I think there's a grift in here, and I'm interested to explore.
Well, if you find the grift, let me know. If any way anything I'm saying is improving the lawsuit for either side, then that's kind of nice that I'm somehow making the lawsuit better or making the arguments better. That's kind of validating. If you find a grift in that, let me know.
I think if nothing else, something that Ty has mentioned on my show before and in private is that there's something that is really unique about someone sitting and reading through every word of a lawsuit, just in general, because it's something that not all law firms actually do. Like, you don't, and if you do, you don't sit around with like with the paralegals or other attorneys and actually just powwow out, we're going to read every word of this lawsuit and make sure it sounds good or whatever. And you typically don't have time because, you think about the idea, okay, we're going to sit everybody down for 2 hours. Like, the amount of billable hours that just racks up with any number of people gets to be expensive. But so there's value, if nothing else, in literally just that, because going through, parsing through it word by word, we catch things that get missed in proof.
Maybe it will become a new billing item. They can start billing their clients for reviews of the case, because we want a third party expert. I guess that would be me in this hypothetical. And then we want this third-party expert to cover our case. So we're going to need to send some billable hours on Uncivil Laws way so we can bribe him into covering our case. They can sponsor me. Yeah, this entire series is being sponsored by the plaintiff's side for $2,000.
That'd be the interesting thing, because there are issues with publicly releasing or disclosing a pleading before it's filed, because if you do that, you could lose some of the privilege that you have in from defamation and stuff like that in the pleading. So there's potential issues there, but at the
that'll be good. Try to put me inside the privilege envelope. That'll be fun.
But there would be value in having someone do it, and specifically in front of an audience. I think that's actually part of the value, is that the audience might catch something, or they might react to something, and having that reaction might be valuable as well. So, look.
I want to get sponsored by Westlaw or Lexus. That's what I want.
I've shown and talked up Westlaw several times.
If there's a rep out there for Westlaw or Lexus, I want a sponsorship. I want it bad. I want to pimp your products. Call me.
That's what you just gave me an idea. I'm calling my Westlaw rep.
Yeah.
No more $650 a month.
No, really, right? Yeah.
Just give me Westlaw for free.
Yeah, give me Westlaw for free. Yeah, I like this. Yeah. See, there you go. And then you can say, put a little Westlaw branding on there. It'd be good.
Dude, imagine if it was that simple. If we just call up a Westlaw rep and say, hey, by the way, you just give me law school access, the everything package. And what I promise to do is every time I look up a case, I'll demonstrate running the brief through the Westlaw Edge brief analysis tool. That's what I'll do. For the low price of like $2,500 a month.
All the law students for free, man. Just give it to me for free, man. Yeah, we put some little branding on it, put the head notes on it. It'll be good.
I don't know if Westlaw would appreciate, like, if I got really drunk and yelled at someone, though. They seem like they might be a little tight-laced on that stuff.
You might have to work on that one. I don't know.
I don't know if I could compromise who I am.
That's fair.
Generalissimo says, hey, Nick, do you remember the Fair Access to Financial Services proposal to prevent bank discrimination beyond credit rating? It apparently got adopted with modifications. Will it change anything? And is Uncivil Law Jim Gaffigan? We should put this one to bed. Are you Jim Gaffigan?
Of course I'm Jim McGuffigan.
Well, but that guy's kind of a commie now.
Oh. Well, that's all an act.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a good act.
It's a joke.
All right.
It's meta.
Yes, the Fair Access to Financial Services proposal did get adopted, and Biden has already indicated that he wants to undo that adoption. So
nice.
Of course, that's what we want, is to undo good things. Now you brought my mood down, Generalissimo. There was something I was going to ask you about. Is it a specific lawsuit? Oh! Do you have any predictions on the Supreme Court's calendaring outcome today? So their conference on like Kelly versus Pennsylvania, Trump versus Bookbar, Wood versus Raffensperger is in there as well. I think that one's I think that one would be fun. Do you think any of them will get? I don't think the court's going to hear any of them.
No, I don't think so either. The Supreme Court seems to be a little bit slow this year. And a little bit, they're only doing, because there was a stat on this. They're only doing, because they've decided 15, argued 23, and 26 to be argued. So that's 49 plus 15 is 64. That's low for the Supreme Court. They've had a very low year. What's up with this crap?
Congress is moving to address the shadow docket on the Supreme Court.
Good luck with that.
Do you think the Supreme Court would, if they were in a candid interview, would they blame it on Trump's abuse of the expedited request privilege of the executive? Did he?
I think it's just I think it's a mechanism for them to do more stuff in a sort of in a less formal way without full hearings, and I think they just I think it's just a way for them to do things in a more expedited or summary fashion. So I don't particularly have a problem with it. I don't think the shadow docket's really that big a deal, personally. I just see it as another mechanism for the court doing its thing. It's a little less notable because it's not the full pomp and circumstance of a argued case. But other than that, I don't really see the problem in the shadow docket. But maybe I'm missing something.
What about? Have you been following Trump versus Vance, or Vance versus Trump?
Yeah, the one that's the New York one.
Yeah.
So I think they'll get their records eventually.
What about this? I mean, they asked for them in October from the Supreme Court. Did. And it's been a long time because they asked for expedited relief. And the Supreme Court didn't grant or deny expedited relief, but it de facto denied it.
Yeah, they weren't gonna grant it before the election. I don't think they were gonna grant it before the turnover. So there's just no way that was gonna happen. When they kind of decided on those issues before, the thing basically read to me as come back after the election. It was a stall. So now that it's after the election, maybe they'll come down with something now.
Do you think there's any possibility that the Supreme Court will try and moot it?
I don't think it's moot because Vance's request isn't still moot. Why would it be moot?
I don't know. That was it was an article I was reading was suggesting that it may be moot now that because the core thrust of their issue involved him being president, which I didn't read that in the request, but that's what the article was saying. So I'm just going through kind of what their weird theory is. And this is probably why, not reading articles for legal opinion from non-lawyers is a good idea. But I was just wondering if there was something that I missed. Because
I was a little surprised Congress didn't get their records when that decision came down. I thought that they would get them, and then they basically said, no, you need to make this with more specificity. And I was surprised by that. So maybe I'll be surprised by Vance too. But it's a state law. But when the Congress is requesting them, you have the tension between two branches of government, two political branches of government on the same level. Right. You don't really have that same concern. And it's the president's own tax records, but it implicates the balance between that. Because the president's tax record wouldn't implicate the balance between the federalism I don't think the analysis comes out the same way. So there's no obvious reason to deny it to Vance that I can see off the top of my head. But then again, the Supreme Court's smarter than me, so that's fine.
Well, the only, and I'm gonna say obvious with heavy qualification here. It would be the reason of simply harassment and an improper motivation, but I don't know how you quantify that in any legally cognizable way, right?
Particularly since prosecutors have absolute immunity.
They have absolute immunity?
Yeah.
No, a prosecutor is subject to a civil rights violation, right? Like, you could 1983 a prosecutor, in theory. Can't you?
I don't think you can.
That's an interesting concept. So it's doubly interesting because Lucas Gerhardt's case, which I've mentioned to you before, it's the kid in Michigan who took a picture of his gun and said...
Yeah, that was a whole bunch of bullshit.
Right. Now, they have sued the prosecutor in that case.
Yeah.
And they're suing the prosecutor because in the Michigan law around terroristic threats, there was a section added to the law a couple years back that basically said you shall not use this law to prosecute someone when there's a heavy presumption that this is protected First Amendment speech.
If that lawsuit winds up not being completely dismissed out of the gate, then let me know, because I'd be surprised.
The Gerhardt one or the prosecutor one?
The prosecutor one.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, if that winds up making it past a motion to dismiss, let me know, because I think the motion dismisses, I have absolute immunity for anything that's inside the prosecutorial function, and this is the only time that you get qualified immunity for a prosecutor if they're acting in a investigative capacity, like a police officer. So if they're doing investigations and that kind of thing, then it's qualified immunity, same as a cop. If they're in a prosecutorial function, which this seems to be, it's absolute immunity. So end of analysis. So I don't know how you would even begin to get around that.
Yeah.
So if they come up with something, let me know.
They have like malicious prosecution and stuff like that. There's got to be some way. Like, what if a prosecutor just said, "I'm in my prosecutorial capacity to prosecute all the blacks"?
Well, you can go after the office, not the individual prosecutor. So maybe that's what they're trying to do.
Okay. What is that?
That's outside my window.
That must be loud as hell because you have a good mic.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to pick up a bunch of background noises. So.
No, he's right outside my window, revving his motorcycle engine.
Trying to warm it up.
I guess. Which doesn't seem like the best plan, because the roads are not still in the greatest condition.
I wouldn't want to ride a motorcycle in Texas.
And also right now it's like 10 degrees outside.
Yeah. I had some relatives drive through there, and they said it was like -7 in Dallas. Yeah. What the hell is that?
Yeah, I know.
I've never had a negative temperature in Texas that I can remember.
Yeah, no.
I do remember snow as a kid one time. It was gone by like 7 a.m.
This week has been absolutely brutal for Texas.
Yeah.
And Ted Cruz trying to go to Cancun has got to be the stupidest thing in a while.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, I mean, how do you not see the optics of that just being a horrible idea?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, do you buy his excuse of, I was taking my daughters down, dropping them off? Now he said,
send your wife. Don't go you, man.
Yeah.
Why do you have to go to Cancun to drop them off?
That's like white people privilege right there. That's codified privilege. I'm going to do an overnight down and back to Cancun. But of course he wasn't doing an overnight originally. He was going to spend a couple days down there himself.
Yeah.
That was the idea. And then he realized when he was in Cancun and the news cameras are on him, he's like, oh, fuck, I gotta go back.
No, I mean, he should have been there. And the fact he wasn't, it makes him look like a complete douche. So I don't know how it's going to play, but yeah, Beto was out there trying to help, and Ocasio-Cortez apparently raised $1 million or $2 million or something. So, you know, he could have done something to help, presumably.
Yeah, I guess. You know what he should do? He should say, look, I tried to raise money, but a bunch of companies who would have helped pitch in decided they weren't going to support me anymore because of my standing up for the constitutional election process. Blame GE or whatever.
Sure.
No, that was not a good look. That was surprising because Ted is typically pretty savvy. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess cold does things to a man.
Maybe.
What's the worst indignity you've suffered over this past week of cold in Texas?
Not being able to order Uber Eats.
Oh, they shut down the Uber Eats?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Must be really rough not having a food delivery service that comes to your house.
It is a little rough, yeah. It's like living in the dark ages.
Man, it must be really lame to lose that.
Yeah.
Tell me more about how hard it is to not have food that comes to your house.
Oh, I'd love to tell you all about the wonderful benefits of Uber Eats and Grubhub. It's so wonderful that I can just go on my app and select so many different cuisines, from Italian to Mexican, French, American. I can even order desserts, all from a wide number of restaurants that are eager to deliver to me in an hour or less, sometimes 15 minutes. And I can order them right from my phone, and they'll deliver them right to my door, leave them right outside the door for me. Tip is included, no exchange. And it's just wonderful to have all this wonderful selection. All the things I want at the tip of a finger, man.
I deserve this.
Yeah.
I'm so pissed. I hate you for having Uber Eats in the first place. I
picked up on that. So I decided to really go for broke.
I got to experience the glory of Uber Eats when I was down in Tampa, and I had 24 Krispy Kremes delivered to my Airbnb. Nice. And I was like, I don't even have to leave my room for donuts. What is this? Why isn't this everywhere?
Oh yeah, there's a great place called Voodoo Donuts down the street that does some really nice premium donuts, and they'll deliver on Uber Eats. So I get the really premium, nice donuts from a local bakery, and they deliver right to my door. Want me to show you the box? I still have it.
No, I'm curious. I'm familiar with Voodoo, but I've never had Voodoo donuts. Did they do raised donuts or cake donuts?
They do raised donuts.
Okay, good. Whew. Do you like raised or cake donuts?
I kind of like them both.
You like cake donuts?
Yeah.
Gun to your head, which one do you choose? They're like, choose.
Raised.
Okay, thank God. At least that's okay. That's acceptable then. You can like the cake donut, but you have to respect the raised donut is better.
Oh yeah.
Where were you before you moved to Texas?
Alexandria, Virginia, just outside of DC.
Do they have good donuts there?
There was a decent place, which I can't remember the name of now, which was owned by a state senator or something like that did a pretty good job on donuts. They also had really good New York pizza at this place called Valentino's. They had really good pizza there.
The thing with me and donuts is, you mentioned Voodoo does premium donuts, and yeah, I've seen they have like designs and stuff like that. And they put like frosting on them and make little snowmen or whatever, kind of weird things. But for me, like what really brings me home is a staple donut, right? Where you're buying like a dozen of them for $4.
Yeah, that's cool.
What's
whenever I go to Krispy Kreme, I always just like to say, give me 12 different donuts. I don't care what they are, just make sure they're all different.
Do you ever go anywhere like do you go to I don't know if they have these where, I know they're in Texas, I just don't know if they're near you locally. Do they have any Shipleys around?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Oh, you got to get yourself some Shipley's donuts. I know there's
Okay.
some in the metro area there somewhere.
Okay.
But you're in like the pretentious part of Texas, so I don't
Oh yeah.
know. They're like probably like, God, oh, I'm simultaneously loathsome and jealous of where you live, like every moment of every day. It haunts me.
Apparently there is one up on the north side of Austin, so I could get up there, but it's way up on the north side. All
See
right, I'll have
that
to try it out.
that's on in Houston. If you spit and don't hit a Shipley's, it's because you hit two Shipley's with your spit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
This is a pretty. I kind of like. I kind of like living here. I wish everything wasn't shut down, but I live in the heart of the music district. It's nice being able. I live near 6th Street, so it's nice being able to go out and do bar hop anytime I wanted to get completely shit faced at 8 different bars. So that's a lot of fun.
I don't know where 6th Street is. Is that anywhere near the near UT?
Yeah, it's south of UT. It's about UT would be about 20 blocks north, something like that. So
Okay.
it's yeah.
I had a sibling who lived in Austin for years. And I still have a relative out there. My grandma was in a nursing home outside of Austin until she passed away. But but I'm not really familiar with the town very much because we would always go. We would never stay at my sibling's house. I don't know why. We would always stay in a hotel. Oh, well, I do know why. Too many people. But we would always stay at a hotel that was like nowhere near where they lived. Why the hell are we so far away? It always drove me crazy. But we would always stay by downtown, or not by downtown, by the college campus and that area. There's like a Hilton and a Papacitos over there. There's a ramen place that was really good.
Yeah.
I think I just described 18 different areas of Austin. There's a Hilton, a Papacitos, and a ramen place that's really good. That's like you could find that anywhere in the city.
Yeah, but I mean, it's an interesting place to live. There's a lot of music here. I went to this thing called Eeyore's birthday that really intrigued me. It's like a Renaissance fair except amplified. So in Winnie the Pooh, one of the shticks is that no one remembers Eeyore's birthday. So some hippies in the 60s, but I repeat myself, decided to celebrate Eeyore's birthday every year. And so except for this last year and perhaps this upcoming year, every year like 30,000 hippies get in the park with so many porta potties, it's insane. And I think I got a secondary contact high from literally all the drugs.
Yeah.
And it was a bizarre experience that my brain could not fully comprehend. And I felt like I have to go back so I can understand what the hell this is that I saw.
That sounds entrancing and horrifying.
Yes, it was. They had donkeys. They had people dressed up in all kinds of outfits. I had several people offer me drugs for free at various points.
Yeah.
So,
That sounds like Austin. Such a weird place. Ugh.
Yeah.
I got to get down there. I got to come hang out and
come hang out with me
and do a bar hop. That would be fun.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
Bad Vibe says earlier you mentioned 230 on the Congress stream. I think you made a great argument for it being unconstitutional because it removes the ability of the citizen to file a grievance against platforms. Well, I didn't say it was unconstitutional on that stream, but I was talking about the general problem. So we were talking about Eric's deplatforming, and I guess what are your thoughts? Because I think we'll get to this super chat in this discussion. What are your thoughts about the idea of YouTube nuking a channel with no explanation?
No, I don't really like it at all. It seems fundamentally unfair and untenable. And I did like the DOJ's proposal for reforming 230. I thought it had some problems, but I thought it was the right idea. You just have to be more honest about your terms and apply them fairly, and you have to give people a fair opportunity to respond. So I thought the DOJ had the right concept. But the idea that they can just say, oh, you violated guideline, and for more information, read the fact, like that's going to answer anything. Like, I don't even know what's going on. And that seems untenable.
Let me misrepresent the conversation for sake of humor. Nate is a total simp for YouTube, and he says that they have complete immunity under free market principles to ban whomever they want, with no notice or anything like that. Whereas Emily and I were much more reasonable, in fact, infinitely more reasonable than Nate, the simp for YouTube, and saying that I'm taking that joke too far. But generally speaking, I think it's interesting because if you have any other business relationship, you typically have to let the person know why the contract is no longer good, or why you think the contract is no longer good. And if you don't do that, they can at least pursue that in discovery, in a case. But you can't sue YouTube because you're gonna get pre-trial dismissal before discovery in some cases on a 230 motion.
I don't quite buy the idea that because they're private they can do everything they want, because every kind of contract, which this would be a contract too, with terms of service or a contract, contracts are regulated by the state all the time, and goods, for example, are regulated by the UCC. So why can't we have a UCC for services? Why don't we have UCC 10, which will deal with services and some minimum stuff there? Or Congress can put some stuff on the federal level dealing with national businesses of this scale, dealing with services. So I don't think the idea that the government, you have freedom to contract. Some of those are more regulated than others. Some businesses are more regulated than others. So the idea of putting in some sort of minimum things here as part of the exchange doesn't seem wholly inappropriate.
Is there an argument to be made under the UCC that some of these tech companies are delivering digital goods? Like I will qualify this as I am not big into my UCC. So if I say something absolutely ridiculous about it, please feel free to mock me. My UCC exposure was limited in scope in law school, and I didn't really have to deal with it at all in practice. So when I ask that, I'm genuinely asking, is there an argument that can be made that these are intangible goods that we have a property interest in, and therefore they should fall under the UCC, like a YouTube video? Is that a good? Is a tweet a good? Can we argue that it is?
Well, those arguments have been so far rejected, as far as I'm aware, dealing with the concept of goods. I mean, the ones that are most notable would deal with like digital music, digital video, where the courts have ruled that they're not a good, because one of the things that would define a good is a right of alienation. If I buy a good, I have a right to sell it to you, or I have a right to trade it, or a right to destroy it. So that's called a right of alienation. And so the digital music, this has come up before, at least in the Ninth Circuit, where they've said, no, this is not a good, it's a service, because you can't alienate the thing that you bought.
But see that,
there's the idea of these
faulty to me.
Maybe it is, but that seems to be the dominant direction of the law right now, as far as I can tell.
So hear me out. The reason, and this is this is drunken musings at 12:55 in the morning, but it seems faulty because a right of alienation doesn't not exist. It just that we contracted away through a license agreement, right? Because in theory, but for the license agreement, I could sell you Taylor Swift's latest digital copy.
But license agreements of that kind are not really allowed in goods. You can't sell me a good with a license agreement. The right of alienation, I mean, you either sell me the good or you don't.
But see, I think automobiles and tractors in specific would be pushing the bounds of that, because you very much have a restrictive license agreement with your purchase of a John Deere tractor, for example, right? Like their proprietary GPS service means that you can't, it is unlawful for you to even perform your own repairs on your physical product, because of the license agreement. And same, we
well,
see
that's dealing with the computer code, which is another set of problems. But yeah,
but I mean, they restrict other service on the vehicle to only be done by licensed John Deere servicemen, even though the service wouldn't implicate the code itself. And we see similar things with Apple and voiding of warranties and stuff like that for non-proprietary service of if like you have some local guy open up an iPad and replace a battery, that I think voids the iPad's warranty.
I think some of this stuff is violating the Moss-Morgan Warranty Act too, because I don't think they can do that. And I think if someone really fought him, pressed him, I don't know that they'd be able to sustain that.
Yeah, it's weird. So I don't know, man. I of course this is all rooted. The simple solution is what you said. Let's add a UCC chapter. Let's just add a UCC chapter. Digital services or services or something. But yeah, for me the YouTube problem is all encompassing. It's not any one particular factor. It's not the fact that we could theoretically contract away our right to be notified about why our contract is being terminated. It's the fact that there's everything in this industry is stacked against us. First, we have an intangible product, so we don't have a way to like sue for possession or reclaiming what we've lost.
Right.
We have Section 230, which insulates their decision-making process. We have an adhesion contract at the end of the day, which we don't get to negotiate the fact that the terms of our cancellation. Because, like, honestly, if you were going to enter into a contract with YouTube and say, look, I'm going to bring you guys a bunch of money. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. We've got advertising and super chats, and you guys are taking significant cuts of that. I think a fair exchange of that would be if you're going to cancel me, you got to give me 14 days notice in an attempt to cure. Like, how hard is that? That's not difficult contract writing.
I don't think. Again, this is just seems there's always the concept of unconscionability of contracts. There can be contracts that are just completely unfair that society will not tolerate, and so the idea that the government could say, yeah, these contracts are not tolerable. We need to have regulation. We already regulate goods with the UCC. We regulate commercial paper with the UCC. We regulate banking with the UCC. We regulate warranties with the Moss-Morgan Warranty Act on the federal level. So the idea that we would regulate services, services in general, or really big internet services on like a YouTube level, it doesn't seem completely foreign. Now, what those regulations should look like is a whole other set of problems. But the idea that there should be regulations around this to make the situation a little bit more equitable does not seem far afield.
You know, I've become so much less anti-regulation as I've gotten older. Like, because when I was younger, I had that fun, like, I'm super libertarian and I don't want any regulations ever. Stay away from my business decisions, you bigot. But now I'm like, but the way we've structured our society and our commercial interactions, you have to have something in there because
the libertarians don't factor in the people suck factor enough. they think the libertarians think that in a libertarian society everyone will act in a good way, and they don't factor in the fact that people suck. So that's why I prefer like a Republican conservative philosophy as to the libertarian philosophy. So then this question of how much regulation, and then you get more into the democratic side of that where there's too much stuff. So it's a more complicated balance, but that's okay. We can do complicated. We're smart people. We don't have to go to the simple solution of regulation bad. We can go to a more complicated, nuanced consideration. And we can also remember that regulation and government power tends to feed itself, so the government has to be kept in check. But the idea that there should be regulations around this is like, well, how's this unregulated domain working out? Not that great. So let's see if we can fix that.
Well, I've always maintained that the libertarianism isn't isn't a viable political philosophy. Like, you can't say libertarianism is equal to conservatism or even liberalism. I don't think it has the ability to measure up practically to those viability. I always see libertarianism as this is where our zero should be, so that we inform our decisions of how far we go, right? So if we set our zero at absolute maximum freedom to the point where, okay, so restrictions on speech, 0. Well, what about slander? Yep, 0 restrictions. That's the 0. And then we go, okay, now we're going to regulate speech to make things work out. We can't have people running around and lying about companies or people and causing extreme damage to their livelihoods and reputations, because society can't work that way. So we start, though, from the idea that everything should be at 0, and then we go from there. Because if we start farther in, we'll regulate too far, in my opinion. That's how I always look at it. But I used to be really skeptical of any regulation, and now I'm just like, I was for you companies, but you guys are asshole. Like, what the hell? Why are you like this? Why are you like this to YouTube and Google and Twitter and Facebook? Why do you guys spit on us?
That just becomes a question of looking at the proposals and trying to find out what one that's good. And with the 230 reform, I couldn't really think of a good way to do it. The DOJ came up with a good proposal. So I'll just summarize the DOJ's proposal. Yeah. They had a whole red line version out. But their proposal was that the companies need to be clear on their terms of service. They need to be clear about them. They need to make public statements consistent with them. So they can't say things like, we allow all free speech, or we are an open platform for all ideas, if that's not true. They need to have the way that their moderation is done has to be completely consistent across the board with their own terms. So they have to accept as otherwise would be built into the terms. They have to apply it evenly to all speech. And there has to be some opportunity for people to contest if they're found in violation. So I really like that, because it allows you to have the freedom to have any policy you like. You just have to be clear about it, make public statements consistent with it, and regulate consistent with it. So you could even say, like, we don't let Republican speech on.
Yeah.
As long as you make statements consistent with that and you regulate with that, then you're fine. But because you made statements throughout that are completely consistent. So it's almost like good faith and fair dealing. It's just making consistent statements in advertising. It's like commercial speech. Be honest in your commercial speech, fundamentally.
Yeah,
and you can't be opposed to that, really, can you?
It doesn't seem like anyone should be. That, of course, is the big problem with YouTube, and they had a big consistency problem the other day when they left up, without any sort of restriction, the hacked DMs between a former Lincoln Project former Lincoln Project person and a journalist, neither of whom consented. And while I think those should absolutely be public, I think there's a public interest in those things, even though they were procured by nefarious means. Twitter previously had tamped down on
Hunter Biden is the exact philosophy. So you can't have it both ways.
Exactly.
Have any policy you want, just be consistent about it. Be honest about it.
Yeah, I don't see why this is controversial at all. And I think 230 protection is the great lever for all of that. Like, okay. And maybe they don't want 230 protection, right? Like, in theory, there's someone who could say, no, I'll issue 230 protection for my right to lie to people about my product. Like, okay, go for it. You had a guy on your show, though, who kind of talks in this line the other day. You had
Louis Rossmann?
Yeah, how was that?
It was pretty good. I didn't get quite as much out of the conversation as I was personally hoping to, but it was a very civil conversation, and we had a good exchange. We talked about a little bit about the ideas of right to repair and how that plays in with corporate interests that might be perceived as legitimate. For example, branding is an interesting issue. If people could just repair their own Apple products, people would repair them poorly. Then they would blow up. So that might harm Apple's reputation in some way. Just trying to make some countervailing arguments. and he came up with good countervailing arguments. So it was a good exploration of the topic. So he was a nice guy to talk to. I liked Louis Rossmann's participation, but and we also talked about the insanity of some of the New York stuff dealing with COVID. We spent quite a bit of time on that because they had this whole indoor thing thing, that where they have outdoor dining, but they put up walls and ceilings and doors. So isn't that indoors now? But somehow because it's on the sidewalk, it's outdoors. So like, how does any of this make sense? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so they enclosed the outdoor space.
Yeah.
What, for like heat and stuff like that, apparently?
Yeah. It's like, why not just open the restaurant? It's right over there. And now we're building them in the public right away, but that's okay for some reason. None of this makes any sense. We have these people in shanties, because they're built on the cheap, very on the cheap. So they're not even particularly safe. They have no venting. So that's even worse for COVID because you're just breathing the same air the entire time, in this enclosed box. So there's no central air conditioning, but yeah, somehow this makes sense. So we spent some time mocking New York for their complete inanity, and then we talked about right to repair. It was a fine conversation.
Yeah, that's a guy that I probably should try and talk to at some point. He seems like an interesting chap. He's really, like, he is the right to repair guy, it seems.
Yeah, certainly. And we talked a little bit about how you would write right to repair legislation and what the concerns would be on that from a legal level. How far that would go. We talked a little bit about patent law and some stuff like that. So it was fun.
I gotta go back and watch that stream. I saw the live notification. I was busy doing something. I don't even remember when it was, but
I was also a little bit annoyed because he gave me confirmation at the very last minute, so it didn't give me the opportunity to really advertise it in advance. So that was not ideal. I did not see the traffic bulge that I was hoping for from his 1 million subscribers.
Man,
and it was actually a relatively low viewed video, so that was kind of annoying.
People who give last minute notice suck.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they do sometimes, Nick. Okay, I need to sign off at some point in the near future because I am fading fast.
Okay, well, let me ask you this one last question, then I'll let you go when that topic is exhausted. This just because it's in the realm of the topics we were already discussing. CJ says, wouldn't videos be goods though? Nikki could download all his videos and sell it on a DVD. The service is just transporting goods. Think Steam or Amazon. The contract /TOS sucks, but the goods are still there. So any ideas about that?
See, that's kind of the problem. Like the DVD is the good, but not really strictly speaking the information on the DVD. Because if the information on the DVD were the good, that would mean that you could rip off the information from the DVD, transfer it to some other format, and resell it, which you can't do. So even in that example, the video itself isn't really, in strictly speaking, the good. What is the good is the physical DVD, which just so happens to contain the information on it. But you have to sell the entire thing as a package. So that's kind of why if Nick put his stuff on DVD, it would give you the right to the DVD, but it wouldn't give you the right to the content because you couldn't repackage it, resell it without selling the DVD. You couldn't take the content and put it on with other stuff and resell it that way.
Yeah, it's
some of that hopefully made sense, but yeah.
No, it does. It does. I think you're ultimately right. We need a new UCC code, a new UCC chapter that covers goods. The law has to adapt to society, and it's way behind on digital stuff. But it was way behind on banknotes and instruments, and it was way behind on that's what prompted the additions to the UCC. And when they said, look, we have enough problems with this, we need to just go ahead and codify this as a commercial transaction. So here we go. We're going to do that. But okay, so how do we lobby for that? Whose kids do we have to kidnap?
Well, we should probably start with the the people who started with the UCC, the people who generate the model, all the model regulations and model codes, and start working on some revisions there, which will take 20 years. So
yeah, because it'll be lawyers arguing about it for 15
yeah.
of those years, and then states not adopting it for the next 30.
Yeah.
So.
We're probably better off getting something from Congress, and reforming 230 is probably our easiest path to solving the immediate issues before us.
Yeah.
But the digital good thing, I don't know. There's no end immediately in sight, which is annoying.
Well, man, I will let you
Thank you.
gracefully bow out. Thank you so much for joining on such late notice. My humblest apologies for it. I've been since last week with the impeachment. I've been still like drag assing the entire time. So I do appreciate you coming on, man. I always like talking to you. You're always insightful and you have good ideas.
Thank you.
And
maybe a little less insightful today because I'm not at my best, but I appreciate the compliment.
No, I really don't. I think you're selling yourself short. Because even I didn't know you weren't feeling as like I wouldn't have been able to tell that you weren't feeling as well. I guess maybe that's an insult, but I don't mean it to be.
Well, I'm glad I was able to still bring good value.
Yes, you were. And I'm gonna send you something. I wanna talk to you more in depth about a certain subject that got briefly broached tonight because I think like I said, I think there's grifting. I think there's grifting afoot. So.
Excellent. Well, you are the Grift King, so I look forward to developing that.
All right, man. You have a good night, buddy. I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Bye.
Peace. Okay, give me just a second, guys, to get my camera reset away from I'm in interview mode. And then we will where are we? Where do we go? Wonder Twin powers activate. There we go. Okay. So guys, yeah. Oh, my ears. They can breathe. They can breathe. They can breathe. Oh my gosh. So yeah, guys, I have been those impeachment hearings, that just kicked the hell out of me last week. Cuz I think it was about 35 hours of impeachment hearings on top of the other streaming. And of course, with that, preparing for the streams and getting topics ready and all that stuff. It was a heavy streaming week. And then I had the congressional streams yesterday. I was not expecting 6 hours, so that took me by surprise. And that just absolutely took it out of me. So I reached out to Kurt a couple hours ago, and I was like, "Hey man, do you want to come on and just hang out with me and chat?" So I'm really appreciative that he did. I didn't mention this while he's on the show, but guys, go check out his channel. Hit the subscribe button. He's really a great dude, and he has really good analysis on what's going on. Really sharp, really smart, insightful. Not the bad kind of insightful, but good insightful, full of wisdom and experience. And his reviews of stuff. We're in these parallel lanes, right? But I was discussing this with Emily and Nate on Eric Hunley's show earlier. Is like there's so much out there, we can't cover all of it. If there's something that I'm not covering, it's very possible that Nate or Emily or Kurt are covering that as well. And there's a limited amount of us doing what we do. People like Legal Eagle aren't in the same purview as us. The Legal Eagle is not going deep into these cases. He's giving you an executive overview from a cuck's perspective on how something is working out. And I did think about doing a review of Legal Eagle's review of the impeachment proceedings tonight, I thought about it, and then I opened the video, and it was 42 minutes. This is legal. This guy's grading after 12 seconds. It was 42 or 44 or something like that minutes long of him. And you know how this is going to go. So I might do it next week anyway. But I was thinking about doing it tonight, and I was like, you know what I'd rather do? I'd rather talk to Kurt. Because I like Kurt. I'd much rather talk to him than listen to legal talk about it. But he doesn't do what we do. He doesn't go through documents. He doesn't break down these things. He gives an overview. And that has its own different and completely irrelevant to what we do value. But what my point is to make sure if you like jokes about fat chicks or whatever, make sure you're here. That's where we're gonna, if you want to have someone made fun of, make sure you're here, because that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna call people a fat dummy. And in just a minute, that reminds me of something I wanted to pull up. We're gonna pull up some fat dummies' opinions about Michael van der Veen. Because I think this guy did a great job. And of course, welcome to it. Law Twitter and Kick Vic they've got their their cock prison panties in a bunch over Michael van der Veen. And so I want to just point this out. I want to point out some salt. But if you want that crass, crude, asshole take on legal issues and popular issues, you come here, right? If you want to hit that beauty tube and YouTube drama aspect of it really well, you're going to go to Emily Baker. You want like this full-on in-depth analysis with a lot of wit and insight in equal measures, you go to Kurt. You're going to go to Nate for for his coverage, which I'm gonna admit I don't have an easy way to categorize. But you're gonna get a lot of wisdom, a lot of experience from a perspective that when you I think Nate's how do I word this? How do I word this in a way that is completely respectful, because I have a ton of respect for Nate and I think he's great. His appearance and demeanor are completely disarming to his opinions. And I think that is a extremely valuable thing. In that I think a lot of people who first tune into Nate's channel are going to have a prejudice about the type of opinion he's about to give. And then he gives you a different opinion than that prejudice, which is awesome. And that reaches a whole different audience. And it's great. So you're going to get and no, that has nothing to do with his skin color, by the way. That has everything to do with his background, with who he is and how he presents himself. Many people don't know that Nate was a cop and Nate was a prosecutor. And those two factors give him a perspective that's going to be completely different from someone like me, from someone like Kurt. We weren't cops or prosecutors. Look, I'll put my growing up in the hood credentials against anybody. Just kidding. But no, those two perspectives are something that you can't get. You're getting that in Nate's coverage in a way that is not going to be present in mine or Kurt's or Emily's a little bit because she was a prosecutor too, but she wasn't a cop. So, but yeah, all of us bring different things. So make sure you subscribe to everybody. Make sure you give Kurt some love. He's really a good guy, good friend of the show, and his analysis is really, really, it's really sharp. So that's my little pitch for Kurt. Mia Carla, I'm on Gab. Come check me out. So guys, I bought. Let me drink more before I tell this story. I have, ever since I was a child, my parents would take me to the mall. Do you guys remember malls? Before the great commercial apocalypse of 2020, there were things called malls. You would go to the mall and you would engage in a thing called shoppery, I think is the archaic term. You would walk around like some sort of aimless, roving moron, and you would look in open doors of stores, and you go, I want to go in there. They have books. Or I want to go in there. They have pottery or cutlery or mattresses. There was a store many, many years ago, generations ago it seems, called The Sharper Image. Now, The Sharper Image was later acquired by another store that was competing in the same general area called Brookstone. But Brookstone didn't exist where I grew up in Houston. The Sharper Image existed in Houston. And I would go into the Sharper Image with my parents. And there were some Sharper Images. Look, and it's probably because the mall I was at that didn't have it, it was stolen. Many of them had a sign, this forbidden fruit sign. Like God said to Adam, thou shalt be 16 years or older to sit in the massage chair. Right? A decree from on high, a divine tablet carving. But some Sharper Images did not have that sign. And I am fully of the belief that the Sharper Images that didn't have that sign, it was stolen. Like Greenspoint Mall, pretty sure that one didn't have one. Northwest Mall didn't have one. Willowbrook, they had the sign. So I always, and so anytime we would go to one that didn't have the sign, I would sit in the massage chair and I was like, this is the greatest thing on the planet. It's a chair that rubs your back. But they were always so expensive. And my parents were like, no, I'm going to buy you a massage chair. What's wrong with you? So for my entire life, I'm 39. Ever since I could read, I've wanted a massage chair. I've wanted one forever. Well, today, ladies and gentlemen, I bought a massage chair. I didn't even think about it. I was like, you know what? I'm buying a massage chair. So I went to drop my kid off at his activity, and I went to the furniture store that my friend owns, and I'm like, you show me your massage chairs. You show me those massage chairs. Which ones do you even have? And she's like, well, I've got these massage chairs. So I went over and I sat and tested out 3 different massage chairs, and I bought the best fucking massage chair that was there. I don't know if it's the best one that exists. I don't know if it's the best massage chair, but it was the best one there. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it's the best one that was there. I'm tall. I know I look short. That's because I have a downward facing camera, because I'm also trying to show you my cleavage. I'm tall. Now, when you sit in these things, they have cradles for your feet. And they like massage your feet and your calves and all that stuff, right? So here's the thing. All of these have sliding feet cradles where you can sit down, you can push your feet down and stretch out, and they will slide out. But I learned something today. Those suck because the sliding foot cradle, when you get your massage, it slides back up unless you're constantly applying pressure down on it. Your feet, when you're reclined anyway, and you have to recline to extend the feet. So this doesn't make any sense. You have to put pressure down on the bottom of it to keep it extended. Otherwise, it drifts back up. And as the thing's massaging your calves, it pushes your calves out of the massage cradle. And then your calves aren't being massaged. You're wasting kinetic force on air. And air is bullshit that was made up by some asshole chemist who wanted to try and prove that there was something where there's obviously nothing. So air is fake. I hope you guys know this. Look, and if you don't, you're reading the wrong blogs. But they push your legs out of the cradle, and therefore your legs aren't being rubbed. And you're similarly, like your knees are slowly moving upwards. This cannot stand. So the massage chair that I bought has a mechanical foot cradle that you can't push this thing and you can't pull the thing. You have to actually use the mechanism, and it extends and then locks in place. It's the only one that was present that did this. Lets nothing out of Nick's tires. And this was the magic. This was the magic. Is that your legs stay at a constant distance without you having to exert force. Because the last thing you want to do when you're relaxing is sit there pushing against the earth with your feet. That's stupid. And so that was the sole decision that I bought it. That was the sole decision. And it's great. I've had a collective like hour and a half of massages today. And when I'm done with the show, I'm going to have another. And pretty soon, I'm going to execute the other function, which is where you lay on your stomach and you get that real massage. No, I'm just kidding. That would be great. Where's the fleshlight attachment? But I wanted to share that with you guys. I can't show it to you while on stream because I'm on stream. And it's there. I'm pointing at it right now. It's right there. But I can't, that's through a ceiling. There is a Weevibe attachment. Yeah. So I will do a Patreon/member stream, like a cooking stream. I'll show you guys the I'll get it set up and show you guys the chair sometime soon. I'll probably post a picture of it on the community page. So you guys can see, but I'm more happy about this stupid massage chair than just about anything. I do have a ceiling. I'm not open to the elements. There is something over me. Also, I found out that Thermaltake has a review application, and I am signing up to review Thermaltake's quote, "I cool your testicles" gaming chair. So I'm going to do that too. I'm hoping they'll send me one. The last thing on earth I want to do is buy a gaming chair. Look, if I'm going to sit here in front of thousands of people a day in a gaming chair, I feel like they could send me one. I feel like some company could send me a chair. They send people with way less subscribers and streaming than me chairs. Like, why don't I have a chair? I feel jilted. I feel like racism is at play here. And yeah, I'm going to tell him. Some noob says legit medical expense for I'm going to tell him. I'm going to say, listen, I have a condition where I am allergic to being warm. So your chair, I'm the best ad for your chair ever, because if I stay cool, then I don't break out into hives and turn into some Lovecraftian nightmare. So if you can keep my nuts cool, then you are a premium product. And people should know in case they want to keep their nuts cool. I don't understand why this is hard. So if that doesn't work out, I'll contact Secret Lab. But I really want to try the Thermaltake air-cooled chair. It's got fans in it that blow air on your balls. I have cooled seats in my car. Why don't I have a cooled gaming chair? I did not see Linus build the water-cooled chair. I saw that Linus built a water-cooled chair, but I didn't watch it. Last Fraction Zero. This gamer chair has fans and mesh, and the fans take air from below the chair and blow it up on your nuts. So it actually will keep your nuts cool. It's great. That's what I want. What happens when you fart? Oh, you know what happens. You get to bask in it. You get to marinate in it. What is Xchair? The fuck is Xchair? Xchair. What the hell is this? Let's do this together. It's you and me, guys. You and me against the world. Here's the Xchair. The office massaging chair. Oh my goodness. X gonna give it to you. What? So here's X. Look, someone asked about CHAIR-KUN the other day, and I mentioned that CHAIR-KUN is quickly approaching the wall after having kids. CHAIR-KUN's been with me a long time. Has a couple tears, has a little bit of scarring. Time to trade her in for a new model. That's all I'm saying. Mazer 209 DSP backed out of the interview. Very unfortunate. So the office massaging chair increases blood flow. I don't know if I want that. I don't know if I want extra blood flow to my pelvic area while I'm doing a show. Right? What if you get extra blood flow? If you guys ever had that, let's get personal here. If you guys ever had that where you're driving and you're like, you're driving, you're kind of sitting down, you're driving for a long time, and you get that blood kind of pooling down in a specific area. That's I don't know if I need extra blood flow. Relaxes stiff muscles. Oh, maybe it does have a flashlight attachment. Okay. So dynamic lumbar support, Float Infinite Recline. You just rub one out in the Red Bull can? That's disgusting. Okay. What's the X factor? All X factor? Xchair has... Can I look at this not from the... Style for any office aesthetic. Price that won't break the bank. Ergonomics and technological innovations. Quality materials and a 15-year warranty. And comfort you've been searching for. All right, what do we have here? So we've got the flesh, the mesh task chair, the management chair, the other management chair, and then the executive leather chair. Those are for office chairs. What are the massage chairs? Here we go. I don't want heat. I need air conditioning. Powerful heat to relax your muscles. These things look kind of weird. Just saying. So all this is it has a lumbar vibrator. That's basically 4 dynamic massage combinations. I don't know. Oh, there's more. We've got the Schwing management chair. The X-Vision small management chair for your manlet managers. Terrible. The Project Task Chair. This seems not good. What are these? These are worthless. These aren't useful at all to me. Oh, these get really expensive. Oh, I can get pink, though. That's probably a selling point. $1,249. Do you think they'd send me one? This is the trick. Look, here's the reality, guys. I don't want to buy a chair. I want to be sent a chair. I'm a privileged diva. I want them to send me a chair. I feel like I deserve it. I feel like I have earned that right. Oh, these don't massage down here. These are just crap chairs. Look at this thing, $975 and it doesn't even massage you. I just get a Herman Miller Aeron chair or whatever for this price. This is not your grandfather's office chair. Yeah, the question in all of this is, will they send me a chair? If you're going to send me a chair, we'll talk. Then we'll talk. Oh, damn, we got some super chats. Generalissimo says, oh, shit, this is for Kurt. Sorry about that. I deal with AI for cars. Right to repair is probably going to be minor compared to right to drive 10 years from now. Oh, yeah, I was thinking about that, and I was like, some of my kids may never drive. And that's so weird. That's so weird for me. Imagine John Deere, but for your own car. P.S. Hot Pockets are indeed terrible. Hot Pockets. Get a Barnes level chair? What chair does Barnes have? I'll get a better chair than that guy. He ain't got shit on me. Here, I'll show you the... Let's see. Is this... Here we go. Here's the thermal take. The X Comfort Air. Here's the X Comfort Air. See, it's an air cooling chair. Look at it. It looks ridiculous, too. That's the funniest part. It's got to look stupid. It's got large 3-inch caster wheels. You know this was written by a man. Large 3 inches. It's got a class 4 piston, guys. A 5-star aluminum base. As if that's a feature. That's a feature. And Z support, whatever the fuck that means. It's got an aerodynamic design. That's... Oh my god. So yeah, you can see it's got case fans in the seat. That's what really it is. Got case fans in the seat. And look, they've got a thermal image of a chair with an ass in it or whatever. Alan Cochran says, did Lynn Wood go to court today? No. I think people are misunderstanding what the Supreme Court was doing today. The Supreme Court was meeting in a conference to determine what cases they would hear, and one of Lynn Wood's cases is on their conference list. It doesn't mean that anyone in those cases will actually go to court. In fact, the overwhelming majority of people in those cases will not go to court. So there was... if you're talking about the Supreme Court, Lynn Wood did not go to the Supreme Court today. The Supreme Court meets on those things, not with the people don't get any input. So I just saw that, sorry. So yeah, then we've got a premium air cooling system, automotive industry air cooling tech with 4 60mm built-in cooling fans that are capable of 5,100 max RPM fan speeds, reducing temperatures between 0.6 degrees Celsius and 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but if it's the same as my car, then it's actually really, really nice. Because, like I said, my car has the air-conditioned seats, and it is a noticeable difference. It is a noticeable difference. Yeah, of course you need to plug it in. It's got fans. Alan Cochran, they haven't issued their decision yet. I was hoping they would issue it earlier today, but they didn't. So anyway, here it is. 5 fan blade design for optimal cooling. I definitely want one of these for free. I definitely don't want to spend $500 on it. Take control of your cooling. Control box location. Ergonomic and durable design. Look, it's got lumbar support. That actually looks kind of nice. Premium faux PVC leather. Look, it's premium fake, though. This is premium fake. How about heating? This doesn't heat. I don't want a heated chair. My ass is warm enough. 4D adjustable armrest. It goes through time. Adjustable back. Oh, look at that. You can lay down in this thing. It's got an angle adjuster and a height adjuster. Powerful class 4 gas piston. Extra big ass fries. An aluminum base. Caster wheels. They're not even 3-inch wheels. They're lying. The 3 inches is from the floor to the thing according to this. According to this thing, it's from the base to this. It's like a 2.5-inch wheel. Oh shit. Up to 6'1". I can't use this chair. Imagine being under 6'1". So there we go. I don't know. I'll see if they, like I said, if they send me one, I'll get one. If I have to buy it, I probably won't. Angry Baneling, you're not 6'1" because you're not even real. Why is this hard? CJ says, all X to doubt on that. You can rip the information off and repackage. Otherwise, the good is just the DVD itself. Otherwise, we wouldn't need copyright law. Who would buy a DVD for X dollars if it wasn't for the information on it? Okay, CJ, I think what's going on there is there's a miscommunication happening between you and Uncivil, who's no longer here. So I'll elaborate on it. When he means that the good is the DVD, he means the good for the purposes of the Uniform Commercial Code, the UCC. He's not talking about, we don't have any qualms over what the actual product is. The product is, of course, the information on the DVD. But for the purposes of the Uniform Commercial Code, you have to have a good and not a service. What Kurt is saying is that courts have recognized the digital aspect of software as a service rather than as a good. And it's just a classification that that you use in law to determine what set of laws you're going to be talking about. Because if you're talking about goods under the UCC, you have a clearly defined set of rules that has a lot of protections built into it. If you're talking about a service, then you have to go to traditional common law questions. And it's very, very different set of law, as weird as that is. So Kurt isn't saying that the DVD is the only valuable thing or that the product that's on the DVD isn't important. He's just simply saying that for the purposes of the Uniform Commercial Code, the DVD itself is the only good in the transaction. Bad Vibe says, Season 2-ton Tewson is singing the blues. God, she's hideous. He also says, so when is Masseuse chair replacing CHAIR-KUN in the vault? No, the massage chair would not be it would not be in the vault. It would not be very helpful at all. It would be squandered here by this desk. Bad Vibe says, Nick plotting to commit Tubin while lost planning confirmed. Hill says, there is an anime about not being able to drive. Driver EX, I believe. All cars are AI except a special group that stops runaway vehicles. It's interesting. Life imitating art. And S. Cybertest says, back when Lady Rackets was a young woman, there was a store in the mall called Victoria's Secret. And their back room was something called a Sibian, and it would blow any massage chair out of the water. Where's her Sibian, Nikki? They did not have Sibians in Victoria's Secret. Don't even lie to me. Don't even lie to me. Yeah, we're 50 likes away from 1,000 likes, guys. So if you want to see me get even more embarrassingly drunk, just go ahead and hit like. Kidda, of course I know what a Sibian is. That's Normie Town. That's Normie Town. Oh, every time I ask, you guys hit that 1K in like 5 seconds. Thank you. What's the game plan on Twitch tonight? It's not a movie. I have downloaded DACA Squadron. DACA Squadron. But I'm thinking really hard about that massage chair. I don't know. DACA Squadron is the Warhammer 40K Orc Flight Simulator. These humies don't know what's coming. So that's DACA Squadron. It's only like $18, so it's probably really short and it's probably not any good, but DACA, DAKKA, not DACA. This is not Obama. This is not Obama like liberating the immigrant children squadron. This is really important stuff. Don't forget Black Library pre-orders tomorrow. Oh God, what's coming out tomorrow? Shit. I've got someone who's helping me out with those lately. So hopefully they'll help me again. Let's see. What do we got here? I have to do something I hate to do. I hate to do this, but we're not done with the show, and I really have to go to the bathroom. Penitent and Swords of Calth. I have to get Penitent. I have to. I really have to go to the bathroom. So give me just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. Someone suggested that when I go to the bathroom, I should play my outro song. Does that make sense? So I'll play it just a little bit. I'll run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear.
All right, I'm back.
Tonight.
There's a minute of song left.
To the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than.
How have you guys not finished this yet?
For the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now.
I'm not leaving yet. I'm not leaving. Oh, damn it. I'm going to let the song finish out. I'm not leaving. Don't leave. So the show's not over. Oh, my goodness. The Pavlovian response to the song is to leave immediately. Oh, the song's on. I'm gone. Well, it's okay. Tonight's show's kind of just a rolling disaster anyway. So it's fine. It's fine. I'm so tired today. I have been so I think I mentioned this. I went to bed at 10 p.m. last night. And I said to Lady Raggets right before I fell asleep, I was like, oh, I'm so tired. I'm probably going to wake up at like 4 a.m., which is going to be bullshit. And of course I do. I wake up at 4 a.m. Absolute disaster. We all know I bought a Sybian. I don't know if a Sybian would work for me. It would just like buzz my nuts. That'd be terrible. Okay, guys. Have I heard from Medicare lately? Is he even still alive? I think he's tweeting. But when you say, have I heard from Medicare lately? I don't normally hear from Medicare. Like, that's not a normal part of my routine. So that wouldn't say anything about whether or not I would hear from him. Should have streamed on Twitch if I was up. Well, I got up at 4 and I started recording videos. I did 2 videos on the on this channel, and I did, which, by the way, I released one way too early, and so it got no traction. There's a science to all of this. Like if you release a video at 7 in the morning, it's in the tank. It's terrible. No one's gonna watch that. And if it doesn't get the quick views, then YouTube won't distribute it. It's weird like that. So like I have to distribute videos. I have to really wait until 11 a.m., which I'm not good at waiting. If I have a video that's ready, I want to kind of release it. That's how I work. But I really should discipline myself and wait till 11 a.m. That's just, that's the YouTube, the way it works is if you get a certain amount of interest in a video at the beginning, it will continue to spread it out until it starts to lose interest, and then it will stop. So if you do it too early, it won't work. But I also had a video up on my other channel, the Rashida Media channel today, about D&D being racist. Now, I know many, if not all of you, have watched that, and thank you so much. It's so funny. It's so funny because, like, internally, if I release a video on this channel, I'm like, God, didn't do 20,000 views in the first day. I must have done something wrong. What a piece of shit. I'm terrible. But on the other channel, I'm like, if it breaks 1,000 views, I'm like, yeah, you son of a bitch. I nailed it. That video is awesome. It's great. Mr. K, yeah, the Lauren Boebert vid is what I'm talking about. But it's just how YouTube goes and the mindset that goes into it. So thank you all for watching the Rashida Media channel. I really do mean to do more content on there. And I plan on it. I actually plan on doing a series of visual essays really soon on the different types of story. You've got character-driven stories, you've got plot-driven stories, and then I propose a third thing that was never talked about in my writing school. I went to a writing school. In my writing school, they never talked about a third aspect of storytelling, and that is what I call a universe-driven story. So something like a 40K, a Star Wars, Dune, or a Starship Troopers could be encompassed in that if they built out the universes and had a bunch of books around them. Those are things that I'm looking forward to doing over there. Coronavirus says, who cares? Well, who cares about you? Who cares about you? You ruined our lives. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. Now, Lord of the Rings is a mix. because Lord of the Rings really is an excellent character-driven story in several ways. Lord of the Rings is the perfect combo. It's character-driven, it's plot-driven, and it's universe-driven. But its universe came after its success. So I don't think that works so well. But anyway, I plan on doing, visual essays talking through each of the three things and their strengths and what makes them interesting and how you do it. How you tell stories in these ways and what the value of those stories is. So, yeah. I don't know. Again, that's my channel for doing stuff that doesn't make any sense anywhere else, and I think it'll be fun. You wish internet lawyers were real? You could use one really bad? What's going on, Lightworker? Without doxing yourself. Oh, you guys have a choice, okay? Hear me out before you vote. My next drink. 2 gingers. Kentucky Owl Bourbon. Kentucky Owl Rye. Old Forester 1920 Prohibition. 1792. Fid Street Gin. And Whistle Pig 18. Those are your choices. Hit me. I don't have any Fireball. I don't like Fireball. Hit me up with what you got. Fireball's disgusting. I don't have that. Kentucky Owl Rye. Kentucky Owl Bourbon Rye. 2 gingers, 1792. Owl Bourbon. 2 gingers. Whistle Pig. Very official. It's almost like I can just choose whichever one I want. Gin, rye. I'm seeing a lot of ryes. Couple 1792s. Whistle Pig. Gin. Drink brandy for once. I have a bottle of brandy. It's actually up in my pantry, though. Rye. Let's do it. Let's do the rye. The Whistle Pig 18 is the most expensive. The rye and the bourbon are next. The Whistle Pig 18 is like $4.30 a bottle. The rye and the bourbon are each $300 a bottle. I did not buy the Whistle Pig. That was a gift. Thank you, by the way. You know who you are. You know who you are. Oh, this rye, though. This rye. Girodine, how's it been? It's a disaster. This stream's an abject disaster. No organization, no planning. Walking through life with no aim. I make no apologies. Look, the Kentucky Owl Bourbon is good. The Kentucky Owl Rye. This is honestly, I'm so mad. It's like the most pleasing whiskey I've ever drank. And it's the last batch that they're ever making. Ron Crossman, what is the Dalmore constellation? I've never seen it. Is it like $70,000? Could I write it off? I've never attempted to write off whiskey. I think I probably could, but I don't. Angry Baneling, there are no more bottles to buy. Not in my area. Bad Vibes sent a chat and says, use this to fund an intermission song. I could reach out to my room and be like, hey, man, can you give me a 2-minute intermission song? I found out that the time it takes me to go upstairs and pee and come back is 2 minutes, not 3. It's $19,000. I wouldn't do that. Look, going over $500 a bottle for whiskey is like, that's where I get into sus territory. That's where I get into sus territory where I'm like, I bristle at spending more than, like, because normally I'm buying a $50, $60 bottle of whiskey. Okay. I bristle at spending over $100. Once I get to that 3 figures, I'm like, oh God, I better not tell Lady Rackets. And then when I don't buy whiskeys over $500 unless it's really, really a special occasion. So, in fact, the last $500 bottle of whiskey I bought was for Lady Rackets' birthday 2 years ago. And it was a Dalwhinnie 25-year. I still have the box right there. It was a 25-year Dalwhinnie. It's really, really a fantastic bottle. An $1,800 bottle of Lafroig 28 is out of the question. It's not out of the question. It's just out of my normal buying habits. My normal buying habits are find a good $50 whiskey. That's what I like. So, anyway, Lightworker Von Holten. Oh shit, were you talking to me? Internet terrorists have been harassing me for years and destroying my marriage and keep calling CPS to steal my kids. It's been going on for 15 years. Oh my God, 15 years? Why? Lightworker, email me. Dick Suck, when will you add the hammer to your name? Heard it's a status symbol among lawyers. Yeah, I don't know. I knew a lawyer, a prosecutor in St. Paul named Mark Hammer. That was his actual name. Mark Hammer. That was his real last name. What a... Like, he's destined to be a fucking prosecutor. But yeah, no, I don't know about that. Oh, Mazer, no need to apologize. In fact, I recommend against it. But no, we do live in the same state, but we live probably about 120 miles away from each other, and I've never met him in person. I would love to sit down and talk with Jim. I really would. I think he's a very, very interesting guy who's very smart, and I think a conversation with him would be great and productive. But I've never met him. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this Michael Vanderveen segment real quick, and then we'll wrap up the show. And I make no apologies for the meandering nature of the show. That's just what you're getting today. So. And yes, I would love to get Michael Vanderveen on this show. I don't know that that's going to happen. I don't know that that's going to happen, but It's something I'm going to try to do. Oh, and also, if anyone's curious, this Shinobi 8 drama with the convention with Vic and all that stuff, I don't know shit about it. Okay? I don't know anything. This thing is devolving into some weird stupid drama, and I don't know what is going on with that. So I don't know anything about it. If anybody's curious, I have no idea. Let's see. Nope. Here we go. All right, now let me zoom and enhance. Hey, we got Michael Vanderveen. So Michael Vanderveen made a Twitter post. He doesn't do a lot of tweets. But he said, perspective of a prominent Philadelphia lawyer on our defense team's performance given the narrow time constraints. Now, he's talking about someone else talking about their performance. Ryukin, don't worry. I will never overwork myself. I'm allergic to overworking. This weekend I'll be getting plenty of rest. Milan Malajek, my understanding is that it's an online convention. And no, I'm not coming up. I'm not invited. So, quote from the prominent lawyer in Philadelphia. They were under enormous pressure. They got the assignment literally days before they had to perform. So I think that he did an outstanding job. And Michael Vanderveen, of course, did an outstanding job. He did an outstanding job. And Milan Malajek, let me be clear. It's not that I'm specifically uninvited. It's just that they didn't reach out and invite me. So that's neutral. That's a neutral position. I don't want to besmirch the good name of Shinobi 8 or whatever. He, in no way shunned me or anything like that. They just didn't. I think it's a virtual convention, though. So I don't know. If it's a virtual convention, there's no reason for me to be there. So here's Vanderveen. I, of course, have a quote here. Says, you did a fantastic job. Watched every minute of the trial, and your professional approach was devastating the House manager's case. Reminder, Vanderveen won. Appreciate your strategy to focus on the law and facts of the charge. Should be taught in law schools, honestly. Now, here's the best part of this. Of course, Law Twitter is going to have a fiasco with this. Wagon Loads, who? Who does videos from his car who mentioned me today? Was it GoodLawgic? Was it Ron Crossman? Or not Ron Crossman. Shit. I can't think of his name. Who was it? I'm very curious. So, was it Viva? Now I'm waiting for his answer. Wagon Loads! Tell me who it was! Ron Coleman. That's who I was thinking of. Thanks, Nernieth. He does a lot of videos from his car. Viva did in his video. Okay, so it was Viva. Aw. Thanks, Viva. I gotta have that guy on. He wears glasses and commented on about Trump's lawyers getting disbarred. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I saw that he did a video on David Schoen's on David Schoen's Not disbarment, but his canceling. Viva's great. I got to do a daytime show with him. He can't do these nighttime shows. What a nice guy. Okay, so anyway, and I do think back to this, Michael Vanderveen's performance should be taught in law school. He won. But because he won, and because Law Twitter is ideologically opposed to Trump, you know what's coming, right? So this is jurisprudence. You know what the problem with jurisprudence is? That is the funniest Twitter handle that there is. Jurisprudence is the funniest Twitter handle that there is. I love that Twitter handle. The guy behind it is a total beta. Look at this guy. Look at this. Look at it. Look at this. Look at that. This is the image he's putting forth. Okay. I cook and I know things. A real lawyer. Cincinnati via Louisville. Quasi-center liberal progressive. It's complicated. Nerd. Hashtag #cheatsy. And he has a blog. So you can already tell how this is going to go. He has the best Twitter @ there is, but he turns out to be a piece of shit anyway. So he says, Jesus effing C, this is sad even for you. Again, I don't understand what's sad about it, which is too bad. It's too bad. Maybe you should explain what's sad about winning an acquittal for your client. Michael sends it to bad legal takes. I don't know if bad legal takes it. And again, so this guy says, Cope says, imagine being this dork and thinking that effectively defending your client and winning is a bad legal take. This is a good question. Again, Michael Vanderveen, he created an effective defense of Donald Trump. Now, you know what I had to block? I had to block the fattest person I've ever seen. Catherine Tewson. Because if I don't, or not block, mute. I had to mute. If I don't mute her, I will call her fat every day. Because despite me not giving a shit about her fat existence, she has to comment on so many of my tweets because these people have nothing in life. The thirst is real from these people. So I mute them because I will sit and call them fat over and over and over again, and I'll eventually get banned. So I mute her typically. Just, this is self-preservation here. Imagine you're defending your client by saying you should. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. This is evidence of a fucking non-lawyer right here. And the fact that she has 18 simps orbiting this is embarrassing because a bunch of them are lawyers. Imagine defending your client by saying you shouldn't convict him here because the case is more suitable for a criminal prosecution and being all proud of yourself. Yes. And if you were in criminal trial, you would say you shouldn't convict because the better avenue for this is impeachment. That's a better punishment because this isn't a crime. This is a non-criminal act that's better handled by impeachment. That's exactly what you would do. That's what you should do. And if you don't have impeachment as an option because your client isn't a public figure, you would say, you know what a better remedy for this is? It's the civil area. A civil court is a better remedy for this. And if you were in civil court, you would say a criminal court is a better remedy for this, because those statements can't be used to prove the guilt of your client in any fucking setting, you dumb, fat piece of shit. That's actually a valid and viable and useful legal strategy, because your words about the proper jurisdiction or the proper venue or the proper type of law to deal with an issue can't be used to prove the truth of the issue. So it's often employed. In fact, when you have two co-conspirators to a crime, it's better to blame for each person to blame the crime on the other person. And that blame can't be used against the person who's doing the blaming. It's weird how it works. It's almost like the law requires you to be ignorant of the external factors that are not admissible. And by saying this doesn't belong in impeachment, it belongs in a criminal trial, if Trump were to be criminally charged, this would still be dismissed. Notice he hasn't been criminally charged yet, despite the fact that a D.C. prosecutor prosecuting Donald Trump for incitement or conspiracy relating to January 6th would be the next Democrat president. Think about this, you dumb, fat, fucking bitch. If a D.C. prosecutor, guaranteed Democrat, if they were to convict Donald Trump for incitement or conspiracy to insurrection or whatever you want to come up with, whatever dumb legal Jamie Raskin theory you've got, if you were to convict that, they would primary Joe Biden and win the presidency. Guaranteed. That is a guaranteed president. That's not a governor. That's not, that's not some sort of fucking attorney general. That is a guaranteed president of the United States. You are that fucking stupid that you don't understand this, and you're reinforced by simps. Simps for the fattest, rolliest, grossest thing I have seen on the average day. And it's embarrassing for everybody involved. For everybody involved. I weep for the species because simps simp for that. Gross. So, don't you know, Nikki Boy, it's guilty regardless of evidence. What's this, innocent until proven guilty? I mean, all the evidence showed that he was guilty. Wrong. If the evidence showed that Trump was guilty, he would be convicted. And if people don't think, this is the baffling thing. Trump was convictable for this. Trump was, let's be real on this. This guy's admitting it, and he doesn't even realize how bad this argument is. Trump was convictable for January 6th, not on incitement to insurrection. That's a bad charge. It doesn't make sense. Logically disconnected, all sorts of problems with the incitement argument. Trump was convictable for January 6th. Do I think Trump should be convicted for January 6th? No, I don't. But do I think that you could get 67 people to agree that Trump was responsible for January 6th if you had the right charge and the right evidence? Yes. Yes, I absolutely do. I think you could easily have turned 17 Republicans, given the right charge and the right evidence, and any sort of solid legal argument, that Trump was convictable. The House managers blew the case. They blew the case from the start. They blew it through the middle. They blew it through the end. They were bad. They fucked up. And also, Michael van der Veen was very good. Very, very good at what he did. Now, you guys are you're saying there was no evidence and stuff like that, and that's true. There's no evidence that Trump incited an insurrection. There was all kind of evidence for other manufactured fictional charges that they could have come up with. Remember, this is impeachment. There is no legal standard. There is no statute that Trump has to violate. They just have to come up with the right charge and the right evidence to meet that charge. They chose incitement to insurrection. Two legal concepts. One is incitement, one is insurrection. Neither of which they had sufficient evidence to meet. Now, they could have come up with something else. Conspiracy to riot. Think about that. Conspiracy to riot? They made the case for conspiracy to riot. Do I think Trump should be convicted for that? No. No, not at all. Do 17 limp-spined Republicans think that? Maybe. These are different things. Dereliction of duty. Fractal machine, yes. Acting against the best interests of the United States. Failure to uphold the Constitution. They could have gone after him on these things. Again, I wouldn't convict Donald Trump on any of these things. I'm not saying that he's guilty of it. I think you could find 17 weak-willed Republicans to turn if you had the right charge and the right evidence. They didn't do it. That's the fault of the House managers. Look, if you run a red light and a prosecutor cites you for a parking violation, that's on the prosecutor. That's the wrong charge, bro. Jamie Raskin picked the wrong charge. They picked the wrong charge. I mean, all the evidence showed he was guilty, but evidence does not matter if the jury is fixed. This jury was not fixed. This is a common misconception. There's no evidence that the Republicans were going to vote in favor of Donald Trump. Now, they got cucked by Rand Paul very quickly when he said this is unconstitutional, and they didn't see that coming because they're stupid. You know what would have been good if they could have secured John Roberts at the trial. That would have nailed the constitutionality argument hands down. Why didn't they secure John Roberts? Should have moved faster or worked harder to secure John Roberts. They literally said they'd ignore all evidence beforehand. Nope, they didn't say that at all, actually. A cardboard cutout can win with that. No, they can't. Here's the crazy thing. If Michael Vanderveen had not and David Schoen have not had presented at least a competent defense, Trump would not be acquitted on this. He would be impeached and he'd be convicted. Of course he would. Of course he would. If they had no defense, any of this, if they didn't have a legal defense, they didn't have a fact-based defense, of course Trump would be convicted. The Republicans would have to convict. Political pressure would say, if they don't present a competent defense, you've got to convict. Rich Savoyra. This guy is one of the dumbest fucking people on the planet. Senior lobbyist for neoliberal standards. Translation: unemployed. Senator, West Dakota. Oh, yeah. I'm sure Rich Seviora is a senator here. Tech stuff, Rails, TypeScript, React, etc. Let's see. He's a Ruby on Rails mentor. Oh, God. I mean, I can't find any evidence of him being an actual senator. Pretty sure he was a Senate candidate. Weird. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, this guy is a super, super idiot. Imagine thinking that winning against impeachment in the Senate has anything to do with your legal skills. Oh, so would that standard apply if they would have won impeachment in the Senate? He's a simp for a drag queen? That's fucking embarrassing. And again, if Jamie Raskin had won, they would have talked about how great of a lawyer Jamie Raskin was. Jamie Raskin couldn't win this case not because the jury was fixed or anything like that, but because Jamie Raskin was really bad at making his case. This Lord of Anime guy says, by the way, he says, ultimate in otaku tech brought to you by Hal. Pronouns he, him. Oh, fucking yeet yourself into the sun. If you use pronouns in bio or variations of, then you've lost to me. Look, I will take your a priori dismissal and I'll raise you an a priori dismissal of my own, you bigot. You are... Can you imagine? This guy probably anal beads soybeans right into his ass. Just puts them on fishing line with a needle and just starts bloop, 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 bloop. The trick is they never come out. Imagine thinking they were effective. A blind monkey with a squeaky hammer and a diaper full of poo could win with a jury that was fixed. LOL. Okay. All right. But I want to go back to Michael Vanderveen's post because this displays all of it. You defended a mafia thug responsible for COVID deaths of nearly 500,000 of us and 7 deaths on 1/6, including 2 suicides. Hard to be responsible for a suicide, lady. Who will save your soul? Jesus. Jesus will save your soul. That is because no one wanted to defend a guilty man. Well, I mean, 3 people did. Who knows what this is? Just realized this lawyer looks like a Vulcan. No wonder he's such a badass and thinks logically. You take a case to a jury which openly stated their intent to acquit before they House managers make their opening statement. Literally everyone expected an acquittal. You could have shit on your desk and would have gotten an acquittal. For all intensive purposes, that's exactly what they did. Oh, this guy's a total fuck up, by the way, Ed Gruberman. These are all law Twitter orbiters, by the way. Zombie-esque. Undead tax attorney. Yes, the tax attorney has any idea about criminal or impeachment litigation, by the way. Father, husband, barred in Florida, New Jersey, and New York. Also several Fed courts that I never practice in. Oh, so cute. Ed Gruberman is just an embarrassment of life. Hey, look, loved how you called out the media. Watch from across the pond. You did a great job. I have high respect to good citizens. Best part was when you called out the media. Watching from the UK, very impressed. Eviscerated the House managers in legal sense with precision. Amazing job. This is the refreshing part, right? There's a bunch of people encouraging him because he really did a phenomenal job. Woohoo. Very good performance. Well done. Well done. Citizen, thank you. Thank you. Vanderveen 2024. Hey, look at that. A shout out from Shadow Falls. Thank you for that. Don't you employ that lawyer that refused to prosecute Bill Cosby? So? It was an amazing job, and I'm sorry you're dealing with so many hate-filled people. Love how you destroyed that hack reporter. Douchebag. You're an American hero. Great job, Michael. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. You got to remember, for every hater you have at least 10, probably 100 people who support you. Job well done. CNN paid Antifa agitator at Capitol riots. Now we've got receipts to prove it. You were awesome. Thank you, thank you. Dude, you literally could have gotten up there and mooned the Senate for 16 hours straight and still gotten an acquittal. No, actually, that's not true. Again, this is absolutely untrue. Republicans had every reason to take a cogent argument against Trump and run with it. Hands down the best performance. Thank you for having the courage to take the case. There's no doubt that Attorney Van der Veen is excellent. Great job on impeachment. Phenomenal job. Thank you representing the real president. Thank you. I agree, sir. Y'all did a great job. And you absolutely did. Totally amazing. POTUS legal team did a magnificent job. Good job. Fantastic. Excellent. Outstanding. Very much agree. Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you. You're a hero. You're brilliant. You did a fantastic job. Deep state framed Trump. You did. Awesome. Great. So many spirited and hateful comments here that surely are made by artificial intelligence bots. They're not bots. They're just dumb people. Hope you use your platform to educate American people on the dangers of our news media. So anyway, you can see the overwhelming majority is supportive. You're a hack. You know nothing about constitutional law. Oh, does he? Saying that you had the worst time in Washington while there, that's really saying something. It's not. It's not actually saying anything. These people were under attack, hiding in the Capitol with people who were threatening to kill them. Assumes facts, not in evidence. You got a lot of nerve. So there you go. Anyway, that was good stuff. Guys, you want to know something embarrassing? I have the bladder of a pregnant woman tonight. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I'm not playing the outro again. When I get back, we'll do super chats and then we'll wrap up the show. Okay, I'm back. Guys, I need your help with something. What do I need your help with? Oh, damn it. What was I thinking about just a second ago? Oh, yes. Here's what I need your help with. My daughter was making Easy Mac the other day. You familiar with Easy Mac? Easy Mac started out in pouches. You would pour into a bowl, you'd add water, and then you'd microwave it, and then you'd add cheese. And it was a great way to make mac and cheese. And then what they did was they made them in their own bowl, like the little microwavable plastic, styrofoam, something like that bowl. And you just add water to the bowl, and you put that in the microwave. Okay? Now, here's the key part of that is you have to actually add water. If you don't add water to Easy Mac and you put it in the microwave, what it does is it melts and turns into slag and smoke. So, here's my question. How in shit do you get that smell out? How do you do it? Vinegar, new microwave. So, okay, so the microwave is less of the problem. I have had the baking soda in the microwave for days. Days and days, weeks even. The problem is not the microwave, it's actually the cabinet above the microwave. That's the real problem. And baking soda is not doing the trick. Not at all. Bleach and vinegar. Boil vinegar. New cabinets above the microwave. That's not happening. Citrus-based cleaners. Simple green. Vinegar and rub it in. Boil vinegar. It definitely helps. Okay, I'll boil some vinegar. Cat urine. Meow day, you stop. You stop it. Put something that smells even worse in the room. I don't have Catherine Tewson readily available. Yeah, it's a wooden cabinet. Do they make non-wooden cabinets? Start smoking mad amounts of ganja. Rub a lemon on it. Bleach, dish soap, and awesome. Try turning the cabinets off and then on again. Clean the cabinet with apple cider vinegar on the down power wash. Okay. Use the fluids of a skunk. That's the thing. At our old house, we had a skunk spray on the window of a room. And I mean, it was so potent that if you walked in that, because I shot the skunk, that was my fault. If you walked in the room, like your eyes would burn. And we got that smell out with bowls of vinegar. But man. KRS, yeah, I'll read the comment. Bleach and vinegar plus spray / bowl of vinegar / incense. Oh God. Oh, it's Kenji, I've killed a couple skunks in my day. 3 to be, I guess a few then. 3 skunks. Killed 3 skunks and 7 or 8 raccoons. And a couple snapping turtles. Those assholes had it coming. Microwave some pine sol. Drowning the turtle was a sad day for me, Meow. That was a sad day. Very sad day. I didn't mean to drown the turtle. I meant to kill it the old-fashioned way, which is to use pliers to grab its jaw and cut its head off so I can make soup. They're snapping turtles. They're the bane of humanity. Yeah, Big Travis, I drowned a turtle. I wasn't trying to. I was trying to keep him alive. I was like, oh, this snapping turtle would work great in a bucket of water. The way I had him in there, he couldn't come up for air. It was really asshole-ish. I didn't mean to. Like I said, I meant to use pliers, grab his jaw, pull his head out, and chop it off. Which is what you got to do to make turtle soup. If you've never killed a snapping turtle for turtle soup, I don't know what to tell you. It's grisly fucking business. It is grisly business. Look, I ate them. Big Travis, yeah, he went head first in the bucket. I didn't even think about the fact that he wouldn't be able to get out or get his head up for water. Yeah, if you want to make turtle soup, unfortunately, you got to kill the turtle, and you gotta hang him up and let him bleed out. Yeah, I drowned a skunk. I stabbed a skunk. No, I drowned a skunk. I shot a skunk, and I starved a skunk. The starving was the only. I tried to get the skunk out, but you can't, unfortunately. And then the raccoons. Mostly I killed the raccoons with guns. That's the most effective way. An AR-15 works wonders on raccoons. But one of them I did have to fight dual wielding a hammer and a knife. Because I didn't have a gun yet at that point in time. Why did I do this? The raccoons were hurting my cats. I was defending cats. I don't kill raccoons that are just walking around. I like them. I like raccoons. I think they're hilarious. But these were hurting my cats. So, what do you do? Yeah. No, the cats weren't gone. They were just wounded. Can I own machine guns in my state? You can own machine guns in any state if you have the proper license through the ATF. But yeah, the raccoon with the hammer and the knife, that was an interesting night. Because we had a little storage shed and the raccoon was in the shed. And I was like, aha, I'll get this son of a bitch. And I go in there with a knife and a hammer and I close the door. And I realized I just shut myself into an enclosed space with an animal that has a propensity for violence. So that didn't work. But I won. I won that encounter. I leveled up to level 2 of the MMO. There can be only one. Oh. So yeah. It was good times. That's when I learned the value of stabbing hard. Because my first stab was feeble. I was nervous to stab the raccoon. That didn't go well. That raccoon got really pissed off when it didn't get stabbed. It just got touched by a knife. It's like a shitty Lifetime movie. Touched by a knife. A Racoon Story. And that's when the hammer came into play. First last, that's a terrible plan. Europrop, I'm not lying about this. Why would I lie about this? That'd be a terrible lie. A much better lie would be that I was super awesome and killed everything with my bare hands. No, it was a bad plan. It was a bad plan. Then, like I said, the next time I had a gun, it was much easier to kill him with a gun. Except I was still stupid. The next time they went into the storage shed again, the storage shed is where our cats would hang out. And so the raccoons went in the storage shed again. And so I started shooting the raccoon in the storage shed. Well, there's two problems with that. One, the first time I was shooting raccoons, it was a .45 handgun. And if you shoot, I don't know if you know this, but if you shoot a .45 in a 10 by 12 storage shed, it is loud as fuck. And I didn't have earplugs in. So that was no ricochet. It went right through. Went right through. This is a normal, like, just a cheap shed that you buy, you know, prefab shed or whatever. So it went right through the walls. So yeah, I shot the raccoon. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Couldn't hear anything for like a day. That was good. The smell's not so bad. You just take the dead raccoon out. That's easy. But then, yeah. Then the next time was a whole cadre of raccoons, and they got the AR treatment outside in the open. They made the mistake. I tried to chase them off. They climbed up the tree. I tried to just shoo those away. They climbed up in a tree, so then it was just bam, 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 and they flopping down to the ground. That was great. That's when I learned that ARs were beautiful. J. Graham says, killing snapping turtles feels so bad because they are the hardest to kill creatures imaginable. Yes! Yes, they are really hard to kill, and it's gross. It's gross. Should go after them with ICBMs. Yeah. No, killing a snapping turtle, you actually do. You're like, God, I actually feel like a complete dick for doing this. Burn the tree next time. Peter Alafaris, they can't nullify certification at this point in time. Do you at least make a hat with all those dead raccoons? No, I staked them out. I staked them out to remind their brethren that they should not come by me. So no, a snapping turtle, you're supposed to hit it in the face with a hammer, I felt that was rude. So instead I just grabbed its jaw because like when you put the pliers by its mouth, it bites them. So then you just grab its lower jaw and you pull its neck out and you just saw through it. But yeah, that does feel a little bit, that feels a little bit much. Badvibes says, interesting question. Why does impeachment get a different reasonable doubt standard at 3/4 vote compared to criminal court? I don't know. Because the founders wanted it that way. Why you don't suffocate it with a phone charger? Shot a squirrel through its Potter shooter with buckshot. Oh, damn. You're going to eat it and you think that was rude? Where are the bodies, Nick? I should have kept the turtle shells. I should have done that, but I didn't. The bodies of the raccoons, I mean, presumably their bones are still there at my old property. All right, let's do these super chats and wrap up the show. Let's do the super chats and wrap up the show. Wilson Fisk says, there is certainly a final solution to people like Gorilla Glue Girl. Whoa, spicy take from Kermit. Caldy Cat says, I heard only part of the Racoon Story. As a country boy, I have a disappointment in me. What do you mean? What are you disappointed in? I effectively dispatched of the raccoons. Derek Dobich says, could the defense argue that the plaintiff is so dumb that nothing would prevent them from misusing the product, thus GG could not be liable for their idiocy? Yes. I mean, not really. What they have to argue for products liability, they have to prove that a reasonable person would be confused about the proper usage of the product and that it was preventable, that it was imminently foreseeable and preventable. I don't think any reasonable person would foresee Gorilla Glue being used as a hair product. Nothing about it looks like a hair product. Nothing is labeled like a hair product. It's not sold by hair products. The spray nozzle isn't the same as the spray nozzle of a hair product. Nothing about it suggests it's a hair product. So there isn't like a better alternative for how to design Gorilla Glue to that the other industry is using to make it not seem to be a hair product. It was Gorilla Glue in this case, but it could have been literally any other glue product in any other case, and it would have been the same thing. So there's no defense. Oh wait, so did you criticize me? No. Your old place must be like Pet Cemetery. There are quite a few buried animals there. A 45 and an AR is why you could have been more effective with a 22, but I don't own a 22, Caldy Cat. If I had a 22, I would have gladly used a 22. It would have left smaller holes in my shed. But I don't have a 22. Liberty or Death says, the warning label on a curling iron says, do not insert into any orifices. I'm sure a curling iron has been used for some pleasure. And I'm sure it has been used by accident in the wrong way. Yeah, Forbidden Ruin, I know. I saw the other two people. I saw the Solo Cup guy, and I saw the TikTok girl who accidentally Gorilla Glued her hair after the other person. That's complete fucking... That's a popularity stunt. She just decided that it's worth the cost, worth the price of investment to gain notoriety and clout. Dumb. Ron Crossman says, Congress should allow you to super chat questions. We would get answers to questions we want, like Futa, balls or no balls. Chats could fund the government. Yes. Yes. Denialist says Maxine Waters is a punishment for living. Uriah Wright says, thou shalt not simpeth. Exactly. The Denialist says, simps are cucks who can't even get a girl or even a thought. Damn. Called out. Mario Carter 13, as Barnes. You can't use the legislature to prosecute a private citizen. That's a bill of attainder. In preacher voice, I served with Bill Attainder. I knew a Bill Attainder. Bill Attainder was a friend of mine. Donald Trump is no Bill Attainder. There you go, I guess. Mario Carter says, simple plan. How could this happen to me? I've paid an e-thought. Don't got no more funds. The stream goes on as I'm jerking away. She hates that I'm poor. I just want to scream. How could I not have $5? That's a good question. Good question. Why do you not have $5? How are you not already famous? Knight of Hope says, I think that guy in the first chat was just teasing. Probably. Emperor Palpatine says, denizens of a great empire, because of the vicious assault on our beloved Death Star by a bunch of fucking teenagers, we have instituted a new aggressive plan to rebuild the symbol of our empire. Thanks to AOC, our new plan is to tax the American people. Yes. Knight of Hope says, dude, you're talking about a media that covered for a family that took vacations to a pedo island and raped kids and killed the guy in cold blood when we found and pretended it didn't happen. But no, boo-hoo, wah-wah, some guy went to Cancun or something. Well, I mean, listen. Ted Cruz, at the end of the day, going to Cancun isn't a big deal. But he should have known that the media would make it a big deal. That's the problem there. Kermit the Frog says, Nick, your old pal Kermit is on hard times. After Miss Piggy broke my hip riding this green baloney pony, I became addicted to pain pills. Now I'm hanging out in a titty bar bathroom, snorting crystal meth off a switchblade, wondering whose hand is up my ass. You know, Kermit, we've been there. We've all been there. We've all been in that bathroom. Bad Dragonite says, Nick, going to be checking out the Blizzard Arcade Collection, Diablo 4 and Diablo 2 remastered on PC, and Switch with cross saves, or skipping because Blizzard. I don't know what the Blizzard Arcade Collection is. I didn't watch the full announcement. I'll probably check out Diablo 2 remastered. I don't know about Diablo 4. I really don't. I don't know if I care. Diablo 2, though, was such a fun game. I might want to just go back to it for nostalgia a little bit. Bad Dragonite says, problem with playing outro when you leave. Those not paying full attention leave. I suggest a mid-roll song and overlay saying he'll be back. Yeah, it's okay today. Percher Bill says, fat. Nailed it. Nailed it. The Marshallist says 2x redheads equals no soul. Well, yeah. 2 times 0 is 0. Also says people without souls aren't equals, a.k.a. redheads. Damn. The knowledge says, as someone working on a master's in marriage and family therapy, that person's advice is stupid. Makes my profession look bad and like a joke. Yeah. Terrible advice. Terrible advice. Ulash1 says, can we talk about Warren and Schumer pushing for student bailout when they voted for the reason students need to be bailed out in the 90s? I mean, we can, but I think you've said it all right there. CJ says, this crap keeps up. Beta will be followed by Omega. Oh, Sheila Aliens. Fighting back, saying redhead males, you mean? Sheila, is there any evidence that redheaded females have souls? I mean, don't get me wrong. Well, no, there's nothing about them that requires souls for what I was going to say, but never mind. CJ says this crap. Wait, the knowledge says simping is shameful because it's dudes trying to buy sex or love. It's just prostitution with extra steps. Totally sad and pathetic. Sheila says, don't know, I'm a natural blonde. Then why do you pretend to be soulless? What's going on there? Master Blaster says, the only thing I can say is stubbornness in that I wouldn't admit I was lost. Once I crossed the state line, I had to call my dad. All he said to me was to turn around and hung up on me. That was going back to the guy who accidentally drove 120 miles away from where he was going. Comic nerds seem to like redheads. Look, everybody likes redheads. It doesn't mean they have a soul, though. Doesn't mean they have a soul, though. Carnicle Blackburn says, Uncivil Law, isn't he the guy that threw a fire extinguisher at a police officer at the DC protest? Yes. Yes. Angry Baneling says, I'm reporting you to Susan for bigotry against StarCraft 2. No. Mazer, would I go on PKA podcast? 1,000,000% yes. Yeah. The spirit of a man is in his seed, which is drawn to the vacuum inside the ginger female. Oh. Oh, man. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, can confirm Nick is awful at RTS games. Check out his Gladius games as Necrons. Gladius is not an RTS. Terrible. Couldn't even get past the Knights. Never even reached Scorpions. I have no idea how to play Gladius. I'm terrible at it. John Doback, I don't think so. I mean, if she brought up like race in the court case, they would object to it, but Vienticus Prime says, you guys have made law less taboo. I like reading and discussing legislation. Might do more supplement/replace my misanthropic short commentaries. CJ says, maybe you'll at least convince fellow lawyers and judges to buy a deity damn decent microphone and audio setup. I stand with Bullet. I gotta watch the latest episode of Redo. I gotta watch the latest episode of Redo. Vanta Blackberry Jim has message retracted. CJ says, legality in disclosing sponsorship, if it's just free access to the product, could just make a deal where you just mention it since many lawyers don't. Yeah, okay, so you're talking about our idea of like free reading things. I'm less concerned about us and more concerned about if a lawyer gave me a document ahead of its public filing to read, then that lawyer loses their defamation shields from the complaint. Yeah, Sheila, when you got doxxed or whatever and I saw your picture, I was like, she looks like a natural redhead. I don't know. By the way, rip your docs. Daz Pooch says, had the same experience in Austin at a work conference a few years ago. Girls drinking, drugs being passed around, bar crawl, fun times. Wilson Fisk says, get Louis Rossmann on to talk about right to repair. I have an EBZ hairline with a desperate comb over. I don't have a comb over. I just have a part. The comb over would be to go the other way. This is the comb over. That's the comb over. What are you talking about? Were you doxxed, Sheila? Yeah, like forever ago. Melissa Boomer of the Night says, I do music docs and clear stuff before using. YouTube will allow me to upload a 2-hour doc on an artist with pieces of songs, then block later. 2 strikes. Yeah, you gotta, anything with copyrighted content's a mess. Biggest good you do is keeping people's expectations down because court is not what we see on TV and we have too much faith in courts. Yes, I am the black pill. Viendicus Prime says, check out the civil rights lawyer channel. I feel like I've watched him before. Angry Baneling says, massage chair review video or go home. Facts. I probably will do one, actually. That's kind of in the plan for the media channel. Mario Carter says, Nick generously bought a vibrator for CHAIR-KUN. Delvin Death says, did you ever speak to Short Round after the government shut his site down? He said basically they said to provide a bunch of information and they were confiscating the site, and he found it easier to let them confiscate the site. Something like that. I'm probably not doing that justice, but. Dying for you to get Torre Maras to come on and talk about a writ of quo warranto. She's the one who did the Shadowgate documentary with Millie Weaver, formerly of InfoWars. Oh yeah, I haven't watched that documentary, but there are real questions about whether a writ of quo warranto would apply to a president of the United States. Like that would be a Supreme Court case with no precedent. They would have to decide whether or not a writ would actually suffice to unseat a sitting president. Random Globetrotter says, Nick, can you cover the shooting in Skagit County, Washington? The story sounds pretty crazy. I have no idea what that is. Can you send me some info somewhere about it? Ninebreaker2 says, we need air is bull and Australia is a government lie t-shirts. Air isn't even real. Air isn't even real. What was on Short Round site? He sold all sorts of stuff, including this flag behind me. But more importantly, he sold some Boogaloo flags and some Hawaiian shirts and plate carriers. And unfortunately, some people with the Boogaloo flags showed up on January 6th. And so he was, his site was confiscated as being part of the riots or something like that. Blaine 20 says, Rep Green put in a bill to block Fed funds being used for any ATF actions. ATF raided 80% AR factory and is trying to reclassify SIG braces, etc. Wait. Which Green? Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene, not Al Green. Europrop, I always take the chat seriously. What are you talking about? Listen, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me 4 drinks in. Gordo Fabulous says, rip smoke and scan. James Alari says, the dirty, greasy man-child DSP is claiming he was summoned by judges to prove his WWE Champions account isn't his. Can you confirm this is BS? Big ups? I don't know where that would be. I guess I can briefly look on Pacer. Would that be in his bankruptcy? I didn't see. I just checked his bankruptcy the other day. It's still just closed. No motions to show cause or anything like that, or orders to show cause from the court. No, nothing in that case since the 16th of July. Thank you, watching you daily. Send you a mason jar of some unlabeled clear whiskey. What are the chances of it being confiscated? Probably low. Most people just send whiskey through the post office. They just don't tell them what's in there. They tell them it's a liquid. You know, the box is already sealed and labeled or whatever. And they just say it's a liquid. And then they note that it's a liquid, and then they just send it. So anyway, James Alari, I don't know what he's talking about, what DSP is talking about. I don't see a court filing in his main case. Now, there could be another case that I'm not looking at. I don't know. CJ says, DACA Squadron. So you're an ICE agent putting kids in cages. Sounds good. Yes. Kidda says, you need an 8-bit remix of your outro for the other channel and an instrumental elevator Muzak remix for bathroom breaks. Melissa Boomer of the Night says, no, I did that. I started a joke that we should prank late people. Yes. Cybertaz says, I do not regret bringing up the Sibby and Nikki. And he says, 2 Jen Psaki's, she ain't got no soul. Look, I saw Angry Baneling simping over Jen Psaki. I don't know, man. I don't... Like, let's do an analysis of this. This is important. What the fuck? Well, I guess... There. Oh, there it is. Now it's up. Caldy Cat, I can't tell you. I think it's unlikely, but you know, it's not my risk. So look at these pictures. I think Baneling is simping over this. But we also got to consider, like, just... Ugh. I don't think so. Ugh. They're not even good, man. Like, you can see here. This is not even... Look, this is not what you want. Trust me. That's not a winning pair. That's not a winning pair at all. That one picture of the of her looking large-chested is very much, that's the work of a titanic bra effort. Watching you daily says, if my cuck ever got hard over that, I would cut it off and burn it with lighter fluid. Yeah, I disapprove and I disavow of Angry Baneling simping for Jen Psaki. I don't, the dude does not abide to that. Sage Emerald, you are not right. You are not right. Ace of Spades says, nah, Nick, tell us how you really feel about Fat Catherine. Just an embarrassment of a person. Blaine20 says, don't forget to cancel your trial subscription to Communism 2021 before it auto-renews. What am I subscribed to? CJ says, microwave vinegar. Whoops. And put baking soda by the return vents to your central heating. Wipe down cabinets with baking soda paste. CJ says, mostly peaceful drownings and sniping. Yes. Super Dude says, hey, Nick, you rock. Us boomers got to stick together. Have you seen what Coke is teaching their employees now? Hint, be less white. I saw something about it. I haven't looked into it yet. I'll try and look into it over the weekend. Fighting Slug says you cannot legally own machine guns in 13 states. Of course, you can own a machine gun in any state. CJ says much easier to shoot them, said every Vegas sniper. No! Lanny 109 says my dad faced off against a mouse he caught in my book bag. Little thing flew at him and he smacked it to death. Aisha Frazier says, provided she isn't purely stupid, she probably confused Gorilla Glue with Gorilla Snot, a brand of extra hold hair product. Solution, read the label. No, she confused it with a product called Got to Be Glued. Got to Be Glued. Bad Vibe says, do you know why redheads are so angry? You would be too if you were born a mutant and not get superpowers. Sage Emerald says, if redheads don't have no souls, tell me how that intricates with the necromantic arts. I find redheads to be fabulous specimens for my experiments. Oh, okay. CJ says, meant the Westlaw pays her sponsor on the legality. Oh, sure. And CJ says, Baneling just likes strawberry milkers. And that's it. That's the show for tonight, guys. So is there anything behind Laura Loomer's case? I haven't read it yet. Will it actually be in front of the Supreme Court? I have no idea. I haven't looked at it at all. I'm going to try and look at it over the weekend. So. All right, guys. I need to go to bed. I was going to play DACA Squadron, but it's 3:30. I drug it out here too long. I'll probably do some Twitch over the weekend. We'll do some DACA Squadron over there. But I gotta go to bed. I'm dying. So, thanks guys for hanging out tonight, and we'll see you soon. See you tomorrow. I'll do something over the weekend somewhere. I'll announce it, of course. Have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace. Play the song, you piece of shit! Why isn't it playing? Oh, it's muted. God damn it. Now play!
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Veen to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet. There's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed.